Hi, lovies. We're taking off the labels? Oh. Yeah, I wonder what was happening if I missed the memo. Refresh. Okay. Hi, everybody. When you're ready, tell me when you're ready. You ready? Yeah? Woo. Woo. Eh, woo. All right. Everybody, we haven't started officially, but we are about to start officially. Can you hear me? Excellent. Okay, remember you are on camera. I hope this is not being recorded, this part. Please. We're not recording it, are we? Okay, don't pick your nose. Don't scratch your head. Tap your head. Pass gas. Don't do anything like that because you are on camera. Yes, and remember that's because we are streaming live to the world. All right? So I'll get my cue from my camera team and my bosses to my right and my chair adjudicator when I get the signal and my boss, Shelley, I will start. My assistant? Oh, my sister, yeah, from another mother. I feel it. I do. All right, we're about to go in 5, 4, 3, all smiles, 2, 1. So good morning, my beautiful people of St. Thomas and beyond. Good morning to those joining us online at PBCJ and the various social media platforms. Blessings and love to everyone gathered here today at the historic Anglican Church Hall in Morant Bay, the very soil where courage and conviction shaped Jamaica's destiny 160 years ago. Right next door was where Paul Bogle, our national hero, was hanged, along with George William Gordon. It is right here where we are today that Bogle and hundreds of warriors were buried. We are on sacred grounds, and we will honor that legacy today. I am your host, Empress Golding. I am honored to be here with you as the spirit of our ancestors live in us. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to the grand finals of the 2025 Paul Bogle and Warriors Debate Competition. Yes, clap, clap, clap. Staged by the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation. Let's give them a big round of applause. Without the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation, this would not be possible. It takes vision, it takes leadership to achieve what we are about to achieve today. So can I hear some noise for our young warriors, our young debaters? Yeah. To my right and to my left, you can see warriors of words, the thinkers, the change makers of tomorrow. This year's staging is extra special, my people, my people, my people. Not only are we celebrating the 5th anniversary of this amazing competition, but we are also honoring the 160th anniversary of the Morant Bay War, one of the defining moments of our nation's history. Today, as our students debate, they carry forward the same spirit of courage, say it with me, courage, and advocacy for justice that Paul Bogle stood for. So, my distinguished people, let's make some history of our very own today. Without further ado, let the intellectual fire begin. Are you ready? Yes. And I hear my school saying, what? You got this. Yes, they do. Ladies and gentlemen, first up, we're going to have our third place playoff, a battle of wit, research, and reasoning. Let's welcome our two schools, and when I call their names, they're going to wave to you so you know who they are. Our two schools have fought their way through the rounds to reach this stage, and that is an accomplishment. Can we make some noise for Torrance High? Torrance High, wave to the audience, please. Torrance High, wave, wave. And then they are the proposition, and to my left we have the opposition, Seaforth High School. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to introduce the speakers, but before I do that, let's acknowledge our adjudicators. They are Jermaine Barrett, founder and executive director at the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment Limited, JADE. He is also our chair adjudicator for this debate. Wave, Jermaine, good to see you. A very distinguished fellow. And he has been doing this for years. He's probably the best in the region. So we're excited to have him here today. And we also have our other adjudicator. Let's welcome Najani Stewart, psychological officer, or psychosocial. Psychosocial officer at the National Council of Drug Abuse. Let's welcome him. Thank you, adjudicators. And now we are going to introduce our speakers from Torrance High, the government, the proposition. Ladies and gentlemen, Malik Bailey. He's our first speaker. Alike Payne is our second speaker of Torrance High. And third speaker, Shanoya Clark. And to my left, Seaforth High, the opposition. The first speaker will be Tiffany Searchwell. Second speaker, Marika Miller. And third speaker, Carletta Mendez. So, debaters, are you ready? We are going to start with the government. The proposition, our first speaker will be Malik Bailey. Yes, Malik has some fans in the audience, followed by our second speaker of the opposition, Tiffany Searchwell. So each speaker will present, and then we will move into the cross-section where each side, starting with the opposition, will ask 3 questions of the proposition. Wanna get me? You catch it? Wanna know the floor? And then each person from the opposition asking the proposition or question will have how many seconds? 3 seconds to ask that question. And the adjudicators have their clock. 10 seconds. I tricked you. Just want to make sure you're paying attention. And then the proposition will have 30 seconds to respond to each question from the opposition. Are you with me? Yes. You got the flow? Yes. Let's get this debate going. The motion today. This House regrets the framing of everyday struggles as mental health challenges. Welcome our first speaker, Torrance High, Malik Bailey, followed by Seaforth's Tiffany Searchwell.
Mr. Speaker, honorable judges, and the members of this House, my worthy opponents, good morning. We on the government bench rise to support the motion that this House regrets the framing of everyday struggles as mental health challenges. In recent years, the world, including Jamaica, has witnessed an explosion of conversations about mental health. Social media platforms, schools, and workplaces have all embraced mental health awareness as a mark of progress. And indeed, it has been an important step towards compassion. But society has started to label ordinary, expected parts of human life, such as stress, sadness, grief, or self-doubt, as symptoms of mental health. This shift in how we talk about human experience, while meant to promote empathy, has produced harmful consequences for individuals, communities, and the nation as a whole. Now, it is important to be clear about what this motion means. We do not deny the reality of seriousness of mental health. We do not claim that depression, anxiety disorders, or bipolar disorder are imaginary. What we argue is that society has blurred the line between normal distress and clinical disorder, which has harmful impacts. The first key term is framing. According to Robert Entman, in his article, Framing Towards Clarification of a Fractured Paradigm, Journal of Communication, 1993, framing refers to the way language, media, and public discourse conceptualize or present an issue. In simpler terms, it's how we choose to describe a problem, and those descriptions shape how we understand it. For example, when someone says, "I'm depressed," to describe temporary sadness after a breakup, or "I have anxiety before an exam," that is a kind of framing that transforms normal emotions into medical conditions. The second term is everyday struggles. These are common non-pathological difficulties that are part of ordinary human life. Things like work, stress, academic pressure, relationship problems, or grief. The World Mental Health Organization 2022, in its World Mental Health Report, Transforming Mental Health for All, distinguishes between everyday distress and genuine mental health disorder. It notes that occasional sadness or worry is not abnormal, but part of natural emotional range of human beings. The third key term is mental health challenges. According to the World Health Organization 2022, these are difficulties or conditions that typically warrant clinical attention, therapy, or medical treatment. For example, depression, schizophrenia, or post-trauma disorder. The fourth key term is regrets. In British parliamentary debating terms, a regret motions means that the House believes a certain trend has already occurred and that is what a mistake. We wish it had not happened. Therefore, our job as the government is to prove that the current framing of everyday struggles as mental health challenges has produced net harm rather than benefit. To begin our argument, it is unhelpful and misleading to blur the line between normal distress and mental health disorders. Human beings are emotional creatures. We feel fear before exams, sorrow after loss, and frustration when life becomes hard. These feelings are not symptoms of mental illness, but they are signs of being alive. When society encourages us to treat every discomfort as a disorder, we subtly teach people that normal feelings are dangerous and must be redeemed. This undermines resilience, the ability to cope, to endure, and to grow stronger through hardship. Sociologists Alan Horowitz and Jerome Wakefield, in The Loss of Sadness 2004, argue that when psychiatry medicalizes ordinary emotions, people stop seeing themselves as capable and start viewing themselves as potential patients. This shifts from self-efficacy to dependency carries serious psychological and social consequences. In Jamaica, a culture long rooted in resilience and community support, this trend is increasingly visible, especially among young people. Everyday challenges are now labeled as anxiety or burnout. Weakening emotions, endurance, and replacing growth with dependency, the consequences of this trend are serious and far-reaching. First, the framing of everyday struggles as mental health challenges desensitizes the public to the gravity of genuine mental illness when everyone claims to be depressed. The word loses meaning. Those who truly suffer from severe depression, bipolar disorder, or schizophrenia may not be taken seriously. This is bad because it undermines the credibility and urgency of real mental health conditions. Studies published in the British Journal of Psychiatry, Wakefield and First, 2019, show that when diagnostics categories are broadened too much, it creates confusion about who actually needs clinical care. This is especially dangerous in Jamaica. Carries stigma, it risks trivializing real suffering and reducing empathy for those in crisis. Second, the framing encourages over medicalization and dependency. When people believe that every emotion difficulty is a mental health issue, they begin seeking medical solution for normal problems. Pills or for sadness, therapy for frustration, and diagnosis for temporary stress. A 2021 survey reported in the Times found that general practitioners increasingly prescribe antidepressants for mild stress. Jamaica faces similar trends as antidepressants use rises despite limited psychiatric resources. This medicalized not only burdens any already overstretched health system. I rest my case.
Thank you. Ready? Ready? Hit them. Hit them. It can't come off a two-sided. Carlet on the outline. Respected judges, government, my fellow teammates, audience, a pleasant morning. I rise to oppose the motion. This House regrets the framing of everyday struggles as mental health challenges. We challenge the government's limited definitions of mental health challenges because it wrongly excludes everyday struggles that, while not clinically, still affects people's emotional and psychological well-being and deserve to be acknowledged and addressed. It's important to clarify that when we speak about mental health challenges, we are not equating them with mental illness. We are referring to the everyday emotional difficulties that affects mental well-being, even if they don't meet a clinical diagnosis. Let's be clear about what we mean on our side of the house. Everyday struggles, these are the common problems people face in a daily life, like school stress, money worries, breakup, or feeling sad or overwhelmed. According to the American Psychological Association, these aren't mental illnesses, but they still affect how people feel and cope. Emotional challenges, we define this broadly. Not just serious mental issues like depression or anxiety, but any emotional or mental difficulty that affects how someone thinks, feels, or behaves, and connects with others. And this includes everyday struggles too. Framing, this means how we talk about and understand these struggles. In this case, using mental health language to describe them. The government sees this as overreacting. We on the opposition see it as a way to make people feel safe, asking for help. In my speech today, I will show you why this motion must fall. Firstly, I'll explain how framing everyday struggles as part of mental health help destigmatize emotional pain and creates culture where people feel safe asking for help. Secondly, my deputy opposition leader will argue that this framing allows for early recognition and prevention, stopping bigger crises before they begin. Thirdly, my reply speaker will highlight the clashes in this debate, reinforcing why our stance is best. To my substantive. Firstly, framing everyday struggles destigmatizes mental health challenges and enables cultural progress. Let's start with a simple question. What happens when people feel their pain isn't serious enough to talk about? The answer? They stay silent, hide their feelings, and often suffer alone. For a long time, mental health was taboo. Only crazy or broken people talked about it. This reality has not changed significantly, but strides are being made to do so. Hence the reason why we're having this debate. In many places, especially in the Caribbean, Asia, and Africa, people are told to pray it away or man up. This left many, especially men, feeling alone and afraid to ask for help. But things have started to change. Now we say it's okay to admit that you're struggling and ask for help, even if you're not diagnosed with a mental illness. It's important to make one thing clear. When we talk about mental health challenges, we are not saying that every bad day or tough moment is a mental illness. We are not calling exam stress depression or a breakup trauma. What we're saying is that these everyday emotional struggles, like feeling anxious before a big test, overwhelmed at work, or lonely during a rough patch, still affects your mental well-being. They may not need medication or a diagnosis, but they do deserve recognition and support. That's the difference. And that's why this broader framing matters. The World Organization says mental health is something everyone experiences, not just sickness. In Jamaica, mental health campaigns led to 30% more people seeking counseling because they were encouraged to speak up early. This isn't overreacting, it's preventing bigger problems. When we say stress or grief is just life, we're really saying get over it. You're not sick enough. Is that the kind of world we want? Or do we want a world where it's okay to not be okay, even if you're not in crisis? Talking about everyday struggles help people understand their feelings better, which builds empathy, strength, and healthier relationship. Secondly, early recognition prevents escalation. Many serious mental health conditions begin not with crisis, but with subtle everyday signs: prolonged stress, chronic fatigue, social withdrawal, or lingering sadness. If we dismiss these as mere life problems, we miss crucial opportunities for early intervention. Framing everyday struggles as mental health challenges encourage people to check in with themselves, seek support, and act before things spiral. The World Health Organization emphasized that early detection and treatment are the most effective ways to reduce the long-term burden of mental illness on individuals and society. Isn't it better to help someone who's anxious now rather than wait until they're suicidal? Isn't prevention always more humane and more affordable than emergency care? Normalizing early conversation around mental well-being doesn't medicalize life. It interrupts suffering before it becomes unmanageable. Just like we don't wait for a small lump to turn into stage 4 cancer, we shouldn't wait for someone to break before validating their pain. This framing saves lives and reduces the emotional and economic cost of untreated mental illness. Thirdly, expanding the definition of mental health to include everyday struggles creates a more inclusive, compassionate, and accessible culture, introducing a culture where care isn't reserved for the most extreme cases, but available to everyone navigating the challenges of being human. Mental health exists on a continuum, not a binary of sick and healthy. And framing it that way allows people to seek help before they feel broken. According to the American Psychological Association, inclusive mental health approaches that acknowledge common emotional struggles increase help-seeking behavior across demographics, particularly in marginalized countries that often go untreated. In fact, a 2022 UWI survey revealed that over 50% of young Jamaicans reported stress and anxiety linked to school pressure. Everyday experiences, yes, but ones deeply tied to their mental well-being. If we draw the line too narrowly, we risk creating a culture where people think, I am not sick enough to ask for help. And that mindset is dangerous. Should people in pain really have to wait until they're diagnosed to be taken seriously? By validating the mental health impact of everyday experiences, we ensure no one is left behind. Not the student, not the single mother, not the overworked employee. This broader framing democratizes access to support, reduces shame, and builds a mental health culture that belongs to everyone, not just the chronically ill. In closing, this house should not regret framing everyday struggles as mental health challenges. It should welcome it. Because when we give people the language about stress, the language to talk about stress, sadness, and burnout, we save lives. We don't weaken society by naming pain. We strengthen it by facing it. Would we really rather people stay silent until they break? This framing creates empathy, access, and early help. It tells everyone your struggles matter. You don't have to wait to be in crisis to be heard. That is not overreaction. That is progress, and we are proud to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany Searchwell from Seaforth High School, the opposition, and Malik Bailey, the government from Torrent High School. We're now moving into the cross-examination segment of this debate, and the opposition will each ask the proposition a question. They will have 3 seconds to ask, 10 seconds. I don't know why 3 is on my mind today. 10 seconds to ask the question. The proposition will respond. And then after that, the proposition will have 3 questions posed to the opposition, and they will then respond. So we move into that. Adjudicators, you've heard a lot in 14 minutes or so. Very interesting arguments. And now we move to the cross-examination segment. Ladies and gentlemen, you have your microphones on your table. All right, let the cross-examination begin.
If World Mental Health Day promotes awareness of stress and daily well-being, are you saying that the World Health Organization is wrong to connect these to mental health? No, we're not saying that. Yes, we're saying that it's wrong. However, if World Mental Health Day promotes awareness of stress and daily well-being, are you saying that the World Health Organization is wrong to connect these to mental health?
It is wrong because it undermines people that are actually struggling with literal mental health disorders.
If we're to talk about everyday struggles and mental health challenges, how do we encourage early help before someone reaches a crisis point?
We encourage early help by getting with psychiatrists that persons can speak with and with professional help.
If we only treat clinical cases as mental health challenges, how do you justify ignoring the struggles that often lead to those clinical breakdowns? If we only treat clinical cases as mental health challenges, how do you justify ignoring the struggles that often lead to those clinical breakdowns?
Justify we will have professional help before it gets to a serious point that can lead to depression or extreme anxiety. So they'll have a psychiatrist or an older person who have been through that can explain to them that they're referring to suicidal thoughts.
If we label every normal emotional difficulty as a mental disorder, how will clinicians distinguish between someone in crisis and someone simply coping with life challenges? If we label every normal
before it goes further. If destigmatization is your goal, why not achieve it through education and open discussion rather than diagnostic labeling? If destigmatization is your goal, why not achieve it through education and open discussion rather than diagnostic labeling? If destigmatization is your goal, why not achieve it through education and open discussion rather than diagnostic labeling?
We are not diagnosing individuals with mental illnesses. We are making them aware of mental illness. To what extent does medicalizing normal sadness or worry risk over medication? To what extent does medicalization normal sadness or worry risk over medication? To what extent does medicalizing rather, normal sadness or worry risk over medication? We cannot put someone on medication until we are sure that they are diagnosed with the illness.
All right, thank you so much. You can keep the mics on the table. All right, so we've had the cross section between the two high schools, Torrance High and Seaforth High. And now, adjudicators, I have your permission to invite the second speakers. Again, a reminder of the motion today. The House regrets the framing of everyday struggles as mental health challenges. And again, thank you so much for joining us live on PBCJ. Make sure you share this live stream. And I now invite our second speakers. The proposition, Torrance High School, will be represented by Aliki Payne, followed by Marika Miller of Seaforth High School.
First, while the opposition claims that broad framing reduces stigma, we say destigmatization can and must occur without medicalizing normal life. The World Health Organization 2022 reminds us that we can normalize help seeking without turning everyday emotions into disorders. Saying it's okay to struggle encourages resilience. Saying you have depression for temporary sadness trivializes real mental illness. Second, when they point to rising reports of anxiety and depression as proof of a mental health epidemic, we respond that this reflects greater awareness and openness, not a true explosion of clinical illness. Madam Speaker, honorable judges, and members of this House, my worthy opponents, I rise to build upon my Prime Minister's case by grounding it with evidence and explaining the harms that arise from overbroad framing. First, let's examine the evidence that the framing of mental health has broadened, particularly during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the past 5 years, the terms anxiety and depression have increasingly been used to describe ordinary emotional experiences rather than clinical disorders. During the COVID-19 pandemic, many people faced isolation, uncertainty, and grief. These are genuine hardships, but also normal reactions to crisis. Health organizations have cautioned that labeling such emotions as mental illnesses risks over medicalizing the human experience. This brings us to the first major harm: resource diversion and treatment mismatch. Now, to address the chair's curiosity and the concern raised earlier, it is true that hospitals don't literally push aside severe cases for mild ones. Rather, the issue is how public framing shapes priorities. When society treats ordinary stress as mental illness, health ministries and policymakers redirect limited funds toward low-severity, mass-targeted services such as awareness campaigns and wellness workshops. It is true that such measures can improve conversation and reduce surface level stigma. However, they risk diverting attention and resources away from individuals with severe or chronic mental disorders who require specialized long-term psychiatric care. This misallocation can create the illusion of progress, while in reality it is deepening inequality and access to effective treatment. Ultimately, the conflation of everyday stress with mental illness pressures policymakers to prioritize visibility over depth, responding to what is most publicly relatable rather than what is clinically urgent. So, the issue is not mismanagement within hospitals, it's a broader policy distortion. When everything becomes a mental health crisis, nothing is treated as a priority. Over time, this contributes to what sociologists call issue fatigue, where the public and government begin to tune out. If everyone claims to be suffering from depression, the term loses its gravity and genuine illness becomes invisible. This leads to trivialization and cultural desensitization. When everyday struggles such as exam stress or temporary sadness are described as clinical depression and anxiety, the language of pathology loses meaning. The Lancet Psychiatry 2021 editorial warned us that this diagnostic inflation risks trivializing mental illness and dulling public empathy for those in severe distress. This is a serious issue because when society treats normal emotions as disorders, genuine mental health conditions such as severe depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and obsessive-compulsive disorder are no longer recognized as urgent or deserving of serious care. As a result, individuals with these conditions may be dismissed, misunderstood, or denied appropriate support. This weakens both public understanding and collective compassion for those who truly need help. Let's also consider the medical consequences. During the pandemic, many countries, including the UK and Caribbean nations, reported rising antidepressants and anti-anxiety prescription. The Times 2021 revealed that British GPs were increasingly prescribing medication for mild stress or temporary sadness, often due to patient demand or lack of non-medical support options. Similar trends were observed in Caribbean primary care reports where short-term medication substituted for social support. This trend is harmful for two reasons. First, unnecessary medication exposes people to negative side effects like fatigue, weight gain, and emotional numbing issues documented by the Journal of Affective Disorders. Second, it fosters dependency without resolution. People may feel better temporarily, but never address the root causes of unemployment, grief, or loneliness. The result is a cycle of dependency that drains public health budgets and prevents true resilience. And that leads directly to our next point, the loss of resilience and agency. Research published in Clinical Psychology Review, Southwick, et al., 2014, found that resilience develops through adapting and manageable stress, not by avoiding it. Constantly medicalizing normal difficulties denies people the chance to build coping skills. This action is negative because it prevents people from developing the emotional strength and problem-solving skills needed to handle future challenges. Without opportunities faced and overcome manageable stress, individuals become more fragile and dependent on external help for even minor setbacks. This weakens confidence and self-efficacy and leads to people seeing themselves as helpless or rather capable. My case, thank you.
Good morning, honorable judges, fellow debaters, and audience. I strongly oppose the motion. This House regrets the framing of everyday struggles as mental health challenges. The proposition might argue that framing everyday challenges as mental health issues dilutes attention from serious mental illnesses, but we are proposing that it broadens awareness and people are more likely to support serious cases when they understand mental health struggles in daily life experiences. My opposition stems from the fact that a mental health challenge is any temporary or emotional or psychological difficulty that can be resolved with time or changes in circumstances, while a mental illness is a diagnosable long-term health condition that significantly impairs a person's ability to function. Since everyday struggles such as stress, burnout are temporary, first point, are temporary, psychological difficulties, we do not regret rightfully calling them mental health challenges. The first point I will be focusing on is it shifts responsibilities from individuals to systems. The second point is that it creates a more compassionate, supportive society. And the third point is that it builds emotional intelligence and resilience, not weakness. Firstly, some may argue that framing everyday struggles as mental health challenges make people overly sensitive. In reality, the perspective builds emotional intelligence and resilience, not weakness. When individuals understand and can name their emotions, they are better equipped to regulate them, manage stress, and recover from setbacks. Imagine a teenager battling with emotions that he cannot put a name to, feeling unwanted, isolated, and unloved, and eventually making a choice that cannot be undone. We don't have to imagine this scenario. We lived through it almost 2 years ago. Had he known he could share his everyday struggles, could this have been prevented? Would he have been with us today? I guess we will never know. But what we do know is that those who are here with the same challenges should be afforded the opportunity to voice them and to make better choices. Emotional awareness strengthens rather than softens people. In Jamaica, where mental health discussions are often stigmatized, especially among men, learning emotional literacy is a crucial step toward true strength. The Ministry of Health and Wellness launched the Do Your Share mental health campaign in 2023 to encourage Jamaicans to talk about their emotional well-being and seek help early, emphasizing that acknowledging one's struggle is a sign of courage, not fragility. As the campaign's message implies, awareness does not make us fragile, it makes us prepared. When people recognize their mental health needs, they build resilience through awareness, not avoidance through denial. Secondly, this framing helps shift responsibility from individuals to the systems that shape their daily lives. Many everyday struggles are not caused by personal weakness, but by structural and social imbalances, such as overwork, economical stress, and social isolation. By acknowledging these as mental health challenges, society begins to hold workplaces, schools, and governments accountable for the environments they create. For example, a 2024 Jamaica Gleaner report highlighted that high job stress and burnouts are taking a serious toll on teachers, nurses, and police officers, many of whom face long hours, low pay, and limited mental health support. Viewing these conditions through a mental health lens pushes for systemic reform. Policies like fair workloads, mental health days, and access to counseling services. Sometimes the problem isn't people's coping skills. It's the system that breaks people. Recognizing the truth forces society to move from blame to accountability. Thirdly, framing everyday struggles as mental health challenges fosters a more compassionate and supportive society. When people are encouraged to express how they feel on a daily basis, whether it's stress, frustration, or feeling overwhelmed, they begin to see these emotions as part of the wider mental health spectrum rather than as a personal weakness. This shift is framing allow individuals to recognize their mental health well-being isn't only about diagnosed illness, but also about everyday emotional balance. Viewing emotional challenges as shared human experience helps remove judgment and encourages empathy within communities. For instance, recall the activity led by Najani Stewart on coping mechanisms. These participants weren't necessarily struggling with diagnosed mental illnesses. They were simply managing stress, fatigue, and emotional strain. Yet, those are still mental health challenges. Similarly, in Jamaica, organizations such as Rise Life Management Services and the Jamaica Mental Health Advocacy Network actively promote understanding and compassion in schools and communities. They train youth, teachers, and parents to recognize signs of distress and offer peer support, fostering spaces where people check in on one another rather than criticize. This cultural shift towards empathy, openness, and care has reduced stigma, prevented bullying, and built stronger communities, proving that when a society learns to name its struggles, it also learns to care for its people. In conclusion, framing everyday struggles as mental health challenges does not weaken individuals, it empowers them. It builds emotional intelligence and resilience, shifts responsibility from systems that need reform, and cultivates a compassionate, supportive culture. In Jamaica's context, where stigma and systemic stressors still limit mental health progress, this framing opens the door to healing. Finish? Opens the door to healing, accountability, and empathy. Today, as we commemorate World Mental Health Day, we affirm that everyday struggles exist on the mental health spectrum. Recognizing them as mental health challenges does not trivialize the term. It humanizes our experience, fosters understanding, and encourages early intervention. That is why we do not regret this framing. Therefore, this House should oppose the motion because recognizing mental health challenges in everyday life strengthens both individuals and the society around them. Thank you.
Thank you, Marika Miller of Seaforth High School. Also quoting our adjudicator there, Najani Stewart. Did she get the quote correct? She sure did. We now continue in our cross-examination segment, and it will be the opposition who will ask the first questions of the government, and then they will respond. So we know the rules. Let the cross-examination begin.
Isn't your model more likely to push people back into silence, especially men and young people who are already told that their struggles aren't serious enough to matter? Isn't your model more likely to push people back into silence, especially men and young people who are already told that their struggles aren't serious enough to matter?
When someone says I'm depressed to describe temporary sadness, or I have anxiety after an exam, that is kind of framing that transform normal emotions into medical conditions.
Is it a bad thing if more people feel safe talking about their mental health?
No, it's not a bad thing that persons feel safe talking about their mental health. It's a good thing.
If a student is crying every night from exam stress, but isn't clinically depressed, should we tell them to toughen up because their pain doesn't count as a mental health concern?
No, we should tell them to go to a professional to seek psychological help instead of talk to their trusted adult.
Can you explain how overlabeling helps when OECD data show that mental health systems are already under severe resource strain post-COVID-19? Pete? Can you explain how overlabeling helps the OECD data show that mental health systems are already under severe resource strain post-COVID-19?
We are not over-labeling mental health challenges. We are bringing awareness to mental health challenges.
How do you justify framing everyday stress as serious mental illness without making it harder for those in real need to be recognized and treated promptly? How do you justify framing everyday stress as serious mental illness without making it harder for those in real need to be recognized and treated promptly?
Talking about feeling isn't complaining. It's about people understanding their problems and knowing how to fix them.
Wouldn't a tiered system with community support for mild distress and clinical care for severe illness be a more efficient and humane model? Wouldn't a tiered system with community support for mild distress and clinical care for severe illness be a more efficient and humane model? Yes.
All right. Today is World Mental Health Day. So I have to ask you, how are we feeling? You're anxious. We're hearing the responses. Anxious, tired. Are these mental health challenges or everyday struggles? Interesting. So we've heard the arguments from 4 speakers from the 2 high schools, Torrance High and Seaforth High. We're going to give them a minute now to prepare their rebuttals. But I have to ask the adjudicators, how is everything looking and sounding so far? Good? All right. Have you made your decision? Not yet. Audience, very compelling arguments. How are you feeling about the debate so far? Have you made your decision? Who is the most convincing? Don't say it yet, because our 3rd speakers are preparing. So, again, today is World Mental Health Day. So we want to invite everybody to check in on their loved ones. Teachers, check in on your students. And students, check in on your teachers. Because your teachers are going through stuff too. All right? A healthier society is when we can all support each other, listen to each other, and help each other. All right. So later on today, we are going to move into the big debate. Happy Grove High versus Robert Lightbourne High. That will be the grand final. And the motion will be, this House believes that reparations for slavery are essential to achieving social and economic justice for Jamaica. All right. So for all of you tuning in on PBCJ, again, please share this live stream with everybody you know, because we are global. All right? And now it's time for our final speakers from each side. And we're going to start with the opposition, Carletta Mendez, followed by Shanoya Clark of Torrance High School.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, my fellow debaters, today we are here to discuss the motion that regrets framing everyday struggles as mental health challenges, which we strongly oppose. My apologies. As we've seen, mental health exists on a continuum, and validating everyday struggles is crucial for prevention and early intervention. I'd like to rebut a statement that my proposition team said. People should just toughen up. Life is hard for everyone. Yes, life is hard, but telling people to toughen up only makes it harder. Sometimes being strong means asking for help. We don't lose anything by being kind and supportive when someone is struggling. Throughout this debate, proposition has asked us to regret the framing of everyday struggles as mental health challenges. But what they fail to see is that this framing is not the problem, it is the solution to a silent crisis that has affected millions across the world, including right here in Jamaica. Our side believes that when we talk about mental health in relation to everyday struggles, stress, anxiety, burnout, we're exaggerating weakness. We're encouraging awareness, empathy, and early action. In the Caribbean, and indeed worldwide, we've been conditioned to view mental health through a narrow lens. But it's time to acknowledge that everyday struggles like school stress, money worries, breakups, feeling sad or overwhelmed affect our emotional and psychological well-being and are therefore challenges on these grounds. The World Health Organization emphasizes that mental health is for everyone, not just those with diagnosed conditions. By acknowledging everyday struggles as part of mental health, we are creating a culture of care and accessibility. In Jamaica, we've seen the positive impact of mental health awareness campaigns, with a 30% increase in people seeking counseling. In 2022, Universal of West Indies surveyed highlighted that over 50% of young Jamaicans experience stress and anxiety due to school's pressure. This tells us that we need to take action. Allow me to reiterate. Framing everyday struggles as mental health challenges encourages people to check in with themselves and seek support before things escalate. Early recognition prevents escalation of serious mental health conditions. It's time to move away from stigmatizing mental health and instead promote a culture of empathy and understanding. So, judges and members of the House, today we must decide, do you want a Jamaica that silences people pain until it becomes unbearable? Or do we want a Jamaica where people can speak freely, seek help early, and support one another throughout shame? On this Mental Health Day, the message is clear. Mental health is a universal human right. Let us honor that not by regretting our awareness, but by celebrating it. Let's reject this motion and promote open discussions about stress, sadness, and burnout. Let's tell every person that their struggle matters and they do not have to wait to be in crisis to be heard. You are stronger than you seem, braver than you believe, and smarter than you think, as Christopher Robin once said. Let's create a society where mental health support is accessible and stigma-free. We are proud to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, honorable judges, and members of this House, my worthy opponents, I rise as the government whip, good morning. I rise as the government whip to defend our case and to bring this debate to a close. I will begin by addressing the opposition's claims before returning to why our side provides the most principled and practical path forward for Jamaica and societies alike. To begin, the opposition insists that framing everyday struggles as mental health challenges helps to reduce stigma and increase empathy. However, this does not truly destigmatize mental illness. Instead, it trivializes it when every ordinary emotional experience, from exam stress to workplace frustration, is described as a mental health challenge issue. We blur the meaning of genuine mental illness. According to the World Health Organization 2022, destigmatization should not come through promoting openness, compassion, and access to support. It shall not be dealt with by pathologizing normal distress. The danger is that this overlabeling makes it harder to recognize when someone truly needs professional help. Overlabeling does not encourage empathy. Instead, it breeds confusion and makes serious mental health conditions appear ordinary. Furthermore, when we frame normal struggles as illness, we create a culture where true suffering becomes invisible. People with severe disorder like schizophrenia or major depression are already stigmatized and under-supported in Jamaica's health system. The Pan-American Health Organization 2023 in Jamaica notes that Jamaica faces a shortage of psychiatrists, long waiting times, and limited public health facilities. In this context, expanding diagnostics labels to include everyday distress risks diverting already scarce resources away from those in urgent clinical need. The opposition also argues that framing increase help seeking and reduce suicide rates. We agree that encouraging people to seek help is vital. However, medicalization is not the same as support. As the World Health Organization 2021 stated, suicide prevention strategy explains, effective prevention relies on a mix of targeted clinical intervention and strong social safety nets, not on broad medical labeling. Campaigns say it is okay to talk or support is available without diagnosing everyone as mentally ill. Moreover, when the line between ordinary emotion and clinical crisis becomes blurred, people may actually delay seeking help. Some will dismiss serious symptoms as just stress, while others will become confused about when professional care is appropriate. Thus, overframing can paradoxically discourage genuine help seeking. Next, the opposition claims that rising rates of reported anxiety and depression prove a clinical epidemic, yet this is a misunderstanding of the data. The OECD 2023 and PAHO 2023 shows that increase in reported distress following the COVID-19 pandemic largely reflects situational pressures such as economic uncertainty, isolation, and sadness, rather than a true explosion of psychiatric illness. This stress during a pandemic is not a disorder. It is a normal human reaction to abnormal circumstances. As restrictions lifted, most indicators of emotional distress declined. This confirms that much of this was temporary rather than pathologically. Jamaica's own post-pandemic recovery shows similar trends. Community resilience improved once schools reopened, tourism returned, and social life resumed. Additionally, the opposition claims that medicalization helps access services. This argument mistakes quantity for quality. While labeling can open some doors, they also flood the system, with mild cases leaving severe ones undertreated, and under-resourced. People with severe chronic disorders face even longer waits and reduced support. When limited health resources are redirected to manage temporary distress, the OECD 2023 warns that this trend produces treatment mismatch. Those most in need of specialized care are deprioritized because systems are overwhelmed by low severe cases. The more we label, the more stretched the system becomes and less effective it is for those in crisis. I thank you. I rest my case.
Thank you so much, speakers. And now, yes, let's give them a round of applause. So our adjudicators, Jermaine Barrett, our chair adjudicator, and John Stewart will now deliberate. We will give them 5 minutes, only 5 minutes, and we're going to keep them to time to decide who the winner of this debate is. The motion was this House regrets the framing of everyday struggles as mental health challenges. Again, let's give it up for the government, the proposition, Malik Bailey, Alike Payne, third speaker, Shanoya Clark, and our opposition, Tiffany Searchwell, Marika Miller, and Carletta Mendez of Seaforth High School. So, judges, you have 5 minutes and they are deliberating. In the meantime, if you are here from Torrance High School in the audience, make some noise. Seaforth High School in the building, make some noise. All right, I love that. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the chair, I should say, or the Chief Executive Officer of the St. Thomas Municipal Corporation. Please stand. We welcome Mr. Kevin Makindo. It's nice to have you here today. All the teachers in the building, make some noise. Again, for all of you streaming online on PBCJ Jamaica on YouTube, thank you so much for being here with us. I'm Empress Golding, and happy World Mental Health Day. And as the judges are adjudicating, deliberating, I would like to invite one member from each school in the audience to just come up here for a minute. Just come, trust me. Just come up here. Yes, yes. Come up here as we get ready for the decision from our judges. Now, on this World Mental Health Day, I want you to just get in front of the audience, say your name, your school, and give us one mental health tip for today. Give us something. For those of you who don't know, I am the founder of Talk Up Youth, the social enterprise that believes that every youth must have a voice. Talk Up Youth, Miss Effie. Talk Up Youth. And a little fact for today, our judge, our chair adjudicator, Jermaine Barrett, was one of the first guests on the TV show many, many moons ago. And we're honored to see his growth, leading Jade, fueling a thinking revolution. All right, so Amin said, talk up youth, Miss Effie, talk up youth. So the youth must have a voice. So as the judges continue deliberating, just say your name and give us one mental health tip for today.
Good day. My name is Ramona Williams. I am from the Seaforth High School, and one mental health tip is seek help before death seeks you.
Hello, good morning. I am Kaylee Brown from the Happy Grove High School. My tip for today is always talk to someone in case something bad happens.
Hi, my name is Ophelia Bartlett, representing the Tarrant High School.
Hold on. I have been preaching for years that when you can't hear somebody, you gotta say, talk up, you, Miss Effie, talk up, you, because her voice is important. Let's go again. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Come on, hear it.
Hi, my name is Ophelia Bartlett, representing Tarrant High School. My mental health is to trust God always, because God hasn't give us a mind of fear than to joy and health.
My name is Dylan Davis from Robert Lightburn High School. And my mental health take is never choose substance abuse because it can damage you more than how seeking help can help you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Riche Brissett from the St. Thomas Technical High School. And my mental health tip for today is always take a break when you're feeling down or depressed.
My name is Raquel Sinclair, and I'm from the Academy of Fearless High School. And my mental health tip is to prioritize yourself. And even though you're going through mental health, it is a challenge for everybody. Everybody go through it. Sometime, most of the times, seek help because help is there. That's why we have NCDA. Thank you.
You know, I am convicted that the youth have the answers to all of our problems. And as adults on this day, I'm asking us to have more conversations with our young persons. Allow them to not just debate on stages like this, but have debates at the dinner table. Have debates at school where they can reason and come to solutions to make Jamaica better. Not just for them, but for me when I'm old. Come on, live here and die in a peace. Can I get a yes? Yes. You know, I want to take a moment to express gratitude to our sponsors. First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union, FHC. PBCJ, the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica. Royal Computers and Accessories. The National Council on Drug Abuse. Enzuri Sana Productions. Double Scoots Restaurant and Ice Cream Parlor. That means I'll be getting some ice cream today. For real? Kind hot out ya. No man, I just putting in a little word. What time we're getting the ice cream? I'd like to acknowledge Beauty Matters Salon, Derrimon Trading, Refresh Water, and Sampar's Supermarket. This is the grand finals of the 2025 Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition, honoring the 160th anniversary of the Morant Bay War. Today, we draw on the spirit of Paul Bogle. St. Thomas, make some noise. So we have just completed our third place playoff of the debates between Torrance High School and Seaforth High School. And the motion, this House regrets the framing of everyday struggles as mental health challenges, has been presented. And now we invite to the stage our chair adjudicator, Jermaine Barrett, founder and executive director. He's a founder and executive director at the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment Limited. He makes his way to the stage where he will announce the winner of this third place playoff debate. And our judges again, Jermaine Barrett and Najani Stewart. Put your hands again for our chair adjudicator. Over to you, Jermaine Barrett.
Seems like I'm taller than Empress. Good morning, everyone. Indeed, and a very special morning to you, Empress Golding. It is, can I just say this experience, judging this match and hearing the wonderful voice of Empress Golding was good for my mental health. Yes, it was good. It was like therapy. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we just saw a match featuring Tarrant High School versus Seaforth High School, and they contested the motion having to do with whether or not the framing, the labeling, the classification of everyday struggles, which means we are all familiar, as mental health issues, is that a good or a bad thing? Yes? And we got a number of key and interesting ideas from both teams. Before I get into the analysis, I want you to give both teams a rousing round of applause. So, Tarrant High School team proposition or government tells us that we are struggling in a world where we label sadness and a little anxiety and a little discomfort as being mental health. That poses major challenges in that it causes people who are legitimate sufferers of serious mental health issues to be trivialized. It inundates the system. It causes the system to become so burdened, and resources are used significantly to treat these minor issues, and therefore pulling away and drawing away the limited resources that are available to treat with the bigger issues like schizophrenia and so forth. That is for them a concern. They say as well that it reduces the impetus or the inclination, the tendency of individuals to help themselves. I think in the world of Tarrant, many of these issues aren't medical issues, and the framing of them as being such as mental health issues causes them to land in the realm of the clinician, and the clinician then therefore has to treat with them in the way the clinicians know best. At that point in the debate, we're wondering as judges, how does a clinician likely treat with these softer mental health issues? Are they going to be prescribing drugs? Are we talking about psychologists who don't usually prescribe drugs? Or rather, are we talking about engaging with psychiatry, which really is the domain of serious mental health issues? We're uncertain, but we hear this broad characterization that the system at large will become burdened and overwhelmed. We also hear ideas coming from Tarrant High School having to do with the fact that, and as I said before, the fact that people are going to lose resilience. They're going to be less inclined to help themselves. They're going to become dependent on drugs, right? At which point we get the sort of appreciation that to treat with it in a clinical fashion means an over-dependence on medication, right? Again, we get no pushback from that characterization to that characterization from team opposition. Team opposition, on the other hand, contends that what we're doing, we're demystifying and sort of taking out of the realm of shame and embarrassment issues of mental health. People are far more comfortable to talk about mental health issues and far more comfortable to treat with their mental health issues. They say, the characterization from Tarrant, which says, well, people should oftentimes be more inclined when treating with these, what I call softer issues, to sort of help themselves. It's unreasonable because however soft the issue is in the world of Seaforth, those issues oftentimes require some amount of assistance. Again, we're not clear as to what that assistance looks like. We want to understand what that assistance looks like so that we can better appreciate how it is that framing these everyday struggles as mental health issues does in fact permit the individual to seek health care, which may very well not be medication, which will bring the harms associated with the case put forward by team proposition. They say to us, and they give us a range and a wealth of information, statistics, to prove to us that there is going to be a far greater appreciation and likely tendency of individuals to help themselves with the assistance of others. So helping themselves is not necessarily just standing by, not talking about the issue, right, and fixing it themselves, but going possibly to some expert like a psychiatrist may very well be appropriate. And that is the world that results when it is that we frame these everyday struggles as mental health issues. The final point I'll talk about rather, has to do with how the cross-examination flowed. We felt that the questions, by and large, were good questions, right? We were a little disappointed, though, with a lot of the responses. We're also disappointed to go back to the main debate with a lot of the argumentation that did not reflect engagement. So I'll give you an example. When Team C4 tells us that that you can go and get mental health, rather, you can get a sort of a reliance, or there's a greater reliance on the system. They speak about a systematic resolution to the issues. When they say that that is preferred in their world, we think that that needed to have been weighed or sort of analyzed against the contrasting opinion by Team Tarrant High School, when Tarrant tells us that there is a reduced reliance on sort of depending on yourself at an individual level to solve these softer issues. We needed to understand in the world of not Tarrant, Seaforth High School, why is it that there is going to be better benefits from relying on the system at large, even if you're treating with the what I call softer issues, as opposed to not relying on the system as Tarrant would have us do, and sort of fixing it yourself. And by the system, we imagine you're talking about maybe the healthcare system. Again, some weighing of those two ideas would have been helpful for us as judges to kind of come to a clearer understanding as to which team prevails against the other. And so, ladies and gentlemen, 270 points. That's the score that the second place team in this third place grand finals match leaves with. And they would have lost by 2 points. The winner of this match ending on 272 points. The winners of this third place playoff in the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition for 2025, the fifth staging, is, ladies and gentlemen, Team Proposition, Tarrant High School. Congratulations to Tarrant High School on ending as winners of this match. And ladies and gentlemen, the best debate overall. Do you think the best debater comes to us from Tarrant? If you believe Tarrant has the best debater, say, here, here. If you believe Seaforth had the best debater, say, here, here. All right, let me just fact check with my colleague adjudicator because I don't want to get this wrong. Najani, where are you? Yes. Najani, you want to come and just remind me? I think I have the answer, but obviously I'm not able to read a script, look at notes. I'm going to call my colleague adjudicator to confirm the best debater of this third place finals match.
All right, so the best debater in the third place match also comes to us from the winning team, and that's the second proposition speaker, Anglican.
I should have a little more confidence in my memory. I was right, but I was slightly uncertain. Congratulations to Tarrant High School on 2 counts, winning this match and, of course, securing that pivotal position, the best debater. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, give them a round of applause. And I want to give a bigger round of applause to our second place team in this match, Seaforth High School. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Jermaine, and thank you again, Najani Stewart. Congratulations to Torrance High School with 272 points and Seaforth High School on 270 points, not far behind, so well done. And to our debater of the day, for now, until later, want to congratulate Marika Miller, MM, Alika. I want to call you. Sorry, Alike Payne. You know, I think when I said Marika Miller, I guess the ancestors were speaking to me and saying I need to give Marika Miller something. May I give her something later? Here, clap her as well. All right, again, congratulations. And I know that Torrance High came in from St. Andrew. What a beautiful highway, though. It's nice to come to St. Thomas. Thank you. Yeah, man, the highway nice. My press gas. You sleep. They slept on the way. That's probably why they won. They were well rested. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first debate for today. I want to thank our teams again, and thank you. We are going to take a short break. For all of you tuning in live on PBCJ's live stream, we are going to pause this live stream for 5 minutes or so, Jamaica time, maybe. But come back in 5 minutes as we prepare for the grand final. And we are excited to hear from our two finalist teams, Happy Grove High and Robert Lightbourne High. So, grab a glass of water, something refreshing, of course, a bottle of Refresh, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm Empress Golding. See you soon. begin, welcome to the grand finals of the 2025 Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. And we are about to begin. Are you ready? Let us welcome from Happy Grove High, the government, the proposition team. Javier Wong, first speaker. Second speaker, Raquelme Clark. And third speaker, Delani Fisher. And from the opposition, Robert Lightbourne High, we welcome first speaker, Dylan Davis. Shaquala Gordon, second speaker. And our third speaker, Nikuma Beckford. I want to welcome both teams. And the motion is this House believes that reparations for slavery are essential to achieving social and economic justice in Jamaica. So now let's give our finalist teams a big round of applause as they prepare to go head to head in a battle of intellect, expression, and conviction. And joining the adjudication panel is Mr. Kevin Jones, Senior Branch Sales Representative from First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union, right here in St. Thomas. Welcome. And you saw them earlier in the third place playoffs. Our adjudicators remain Mr. Jermaine Barrett from Jade, our chair adjudicator, and Mr. Stewart from the NCDA. Thank you. May the best team rise and may both inspire us with the power of their words. And you know how it goes. Our first speakers will present, and then we will have the cross-examination segment, followed by second speaker, another cross-examination, and then the final rebuttal from the third speakers of both schools. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear what our young people have to say. Give them a round of applause. First speaker, Javier Wong.
Madam Speaker, judges, and my worthy opponents, good afternoon. Justice delayed is justice denied. For over 180 years since emancipation, Britain has delayed justice. Jamaica's ancestors were beaten, worked, and dehumanized. Yet when freedom came, they received nothing, not even a word of restitution. Today we are debating the motion. This House believes that reparations for slavery are essential to achieving social and economic justice in Jamaica. To be clear, we affirm that reparations are not charity or pity. They are justice. They repay a moral debt and restore Jamaica's stolen dignity, allowing us to stand proudly on our own, strong and self-reliant. Let me define the key terms. Reparations, compensation or restitution from Britain to Jamaica to repair the economic and social damage caused by slavery and colonialism. Essential, indispensable. Without reparations, true justice for Jamaica cannot be achieved. Social and economic justice, a fair society where opportunities, resources, and dignity are stored, correcting historical imbalances. Our case is not about asking Britain for pocket change, but about repairing the historic theft that still drives Jamaica's poverty and inequality today. The government proposes reparations in forms of 1. Direct financial compensation, earmarked for education, healthcare, and infrastructure. 2. Debt cancellation of colonial and post-colonial loans. And 3. Institutional investments, scholarships, technology transfer, and capacity building. These measures are not handouts. They are tools of independence and justice. Madam Speaker, slavery was not just an economic system. It was a moral crime. And moral crimes demand repair. Without reparations, justice remains unbalanced and history unfinished. My first argument, historical justice and Jamaica's underdevelopment. Jamaica's underdevelopment is rooted in slavery and colonialism for more than 300 years. Britain extracted immense wealth from Jamaica through the forced labor of enslaved Africans. The sugar, rum, and cotton industries built the foundation of Britain's industrial revolution, while Jamaica was left impoverished and dependent. Historian Eric Williams confirmed that by the late 1700s, Jamaica alone produced over 20% of Britain's total wealth from its colonies. But those profits went exclusively to Britain. The University College London's Legacies of British Slavery project shows that when slavery was abolished in 1834, Britain paid £20 million, nearly £17 billion today, in compensation to slaveholders, while the enslaved received nothing. Colonial trade laws forced Jamaicans to remain a supplier of cheap raw materials while importing expensive British goods. After independence, the pattern of dependency continued under IMF and the World Bank structural adjustment policies, which, according to the PIOJ, reduced investments in health, education, and employment. But this economic fragility did not begin in the 1970s. It was Britain's doing. The colonial system had already left Jamaica with a monocrop economy, no industrial base, and little capacity to produce its own goods. When the global economy shifted, Jamaica was forced to borrow from the very institutions influenced by former colonial powers to survive. The Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, reported that by the 1990s, Jamaica's external debt exceeded 100% of GDP, much of it owing to institutions tied to Britain and other former imperial economies. In other words, Britain's centuries of extraction created the very poverty that made Jamaica dependent on foreign loans, trapping the nation in a cycle of debt and underdevelopment. The result is a nation still battling the lasting scars of exploitation, widespread inequality, rural poverty, and underfunded schools and limited social mobility. Reparations, therefore, are not just financial redress, but justice itself. When reparations are granted, Jamaica can finally build the nation our ancestors envisioned. One where every child has access to quality education, hospitals serve all communities, businesses thrive, renewable energy powers progress, and governance is transparent and accountable. Unlike foreign aid or Commonwealth partnership that sustain dependency, reparations offer justice-based investment to create strong schools, hospitals, and industries, empowering Jamaicans to strive with dignity and independence. Argument 2, reparations as a catalyst for economic and social transformation. Reparations are essential to transforming Jamaica's economy and breaking the cycle of dependency created by slavery and colonialism. For centuries, Jamaica's economy was designed to enrich Britain, not Jamaicans. Built on forced labor, it became a monocrop system reliant on sugar exports, imported goods. Reparations would provide the financial and structural resources needed to rebuild this unjust framework into one that empowers Jamaicans to produce, innovate, and compete globally. This means reparations would also catalyze structural reform, fixing the broken systems of education, healthcare, and governance that have long been underfunded. With renewed resources, Jamaica could modernize classrooms, digitize public services, and build institutions that serve all citizens efficiently. As historian Sir Hilary Beckles noted, Britain extracted hundreds of billions from Caribbean labor, leaving Jamaica trapped in debt and inequality. Reparations or debt relief would free national resources for innovation, entrepreneurship, and sustainable industries, driving real lasting development. Without reparations, Jamaica remains stuck in the same colonial cycle of export, dependency, and vulnerability. Reparations would serve as an economic equalizer, empowering Jamaicans to build industries, reduce poverty, and achieve true independence. When poverty is reduced, more Jamaicans will have access to quality education, better healthcare, and stable jobs, leading to stronger families, safer communities, and a more prosperous united nation. This is not charity, but restitution, the bridge between historical justice and self-reliant, prosperous Jamaica. Madam Speaker, reparations are not just about building economies, they are about healing people. Centuries of slavery and poverty left Jamaica with high rates of illness and deep psychological wounds. Colonial neglect create underfunded hospitals and underserved rural communities. Reparations will fund modern healthcare, community clinics, and mental health programs, restoring national well-being and dignity. True justice must repair both the body and the soul of the nation. Now let me close the doors before the opposition opens them. They'll say reparations are impractical. We've shown Britain already pays through universities, churches, and CARICOM's negotiations. Example, Germany and Japan have both paid reparations successfully. Impractically is a myth. They'll say reform and taxation are enough, but reform without resources is empty, and tax reform only recycles what little we already have. Reparations restore stolen wealth that no tax could ever produce. Madam Speaker, judges, this debate comes down to one simple truth. You cannot rob a people for centuries, deny their descendants justice, and then claim they should move on. When Marley sang, "Emancipate yourself from mental slavery," he did not mean forget the debt. He meant to claim the justice you are owed. Reparations are essential. Reparations are justice. Reparations are the future Jamaica deserves. I rest my case.
The concise Oxford Dictionary defines the word essential as absolutely necessary, indispensable, and fundamental. In plain language, Mr. Speaker, essential means that it is vital. It is necessary or indispensable to achieve a particular outcome. We are here to mash down this lie. It is simply not true to say that reparations for slavery are essential to bring about social and economic justice in Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, good day. Today we gather to discuss a complex, sensitive, and contentious issue. The House believes that reparations for slavery are essential to achieving social and economic justice in Jamaica. However, I stand before you to argue that this proposition oversimplifies a complex and historical issue and ignores the practical implications of such a policy. Firstly, let us consider the complexity of historical responsibility. We are being asked to hold current generations responsible for the actions of their ancestors over a century ago. How can we justify punishing today's citizens for the wrongs of their forefathers? The individuals who perpetrated these atrocities of slavery are long gone, and their descendants are not responsible for their actions. It is unfair to expect current generations to bear the financial burden of historical injustices they did not commit. It is for this reason that we do understand why the government of the United Kingdom has rejected calls for reparations despite acknowledging the historical injustices of slavery. Secondly, implementing reparations will be a logistical nightmare. The cost will be astronomical, and the process of identifying and verifying descendants of slaves will be fraught with difficulties. While we commend the government on a step towards addressing historical injustices and we believe that it is with good intentions, we do not believe that this was carefully rationalized. Had you given more thought to this motion, you would have realized that it is akin to opening a can of worms. How do we propose go about identifying descendants of slaves and slave owners in a foolproof way? How do we calculate fair compensation amounts? And what about the bureaucracy of payment? Furthermore, what do we say to the British government that has already given indirect reparations in the way of investing in infrastructure and education post-independence? What about the other former colonial powers who have provided economic aid packages and debt relief? We have access to the European Union and UK markets and funding for development projects. Mr. Speaker, have you ever heard the saying, crave a choke puppy? Moreover, the potential economic impact on Jamaica's economy and taxpayers cannot be ignored. The money could be better spent on initiatives that directly benefit the wider population. Current social issues demand priority over past injustices. Addressing present-day poverty, education, and healthcare gaps should come first. Worthy opponents, let's face the reality. Alternative justice measures will prove more effective. Education and cultural preservation initiatives promoting awareness and healing. That's the way to go. Economic empowerment programs for disadvantaged communities, symbolic gestures like monuments. And on that note, we need to return Paul Bogle statue. Official acknowledgements and public holidays, that's the way to go. In fact, tomorrow, October 11th, should not just be observed as Paul Bogle Day. It ought to be a national holiday. These, Mr. Speaker, are more essential steps to achieving social and economic justice in Jamaica, not by doling out some money. The entire Jamaican population may very well have a case, knowing some people who can only think about the here and now. What will they have to show after the money has been spent? Finally, let's consider the potential for divisions that reparations could create. Instead of focusing on historical grievances, shouldn't we be working towards a more unified future for all Jamaicans? Reparations could create resentment and divisions within society, undermining efforts to build a more cohesive and equitable community. That is not the way to go. In conclusion, while the idea of reparations may seem appealing as a means of addressing historical injustices, it is a simplistic solution to a complex problem. We must consider that the unintended consequences and focus on forward-looking policies that benefit all Jamaicans. Let us, in the words of our national pledge, promise to stand up for justice, work diligently and creatively, think generously and honestly. Let us thus be guided, ladies and gentlemen, so that we may develop a more logical stance on achieving social and economic justice in Jamaica. Our second speaker will elaborate more on the position, and our third speaker will whip home the point. The opposition pauses.
Thank Thank you, first speakers. Wow, what an opening. This one is dear to my heart as an advocate for reparation, but hearing the other side, it's complex, right? I'm married to an advocate too, and I should have brought him here with me. My husband, Stephen Golding, an advocate for reparation on the National Council of Reparation. I should have brought him to St. Thomas, but I know he's also streaming live, like some of you, on the PBCJ's YouTube channel and the Ministry of Culture's Facebook page. So thank you for tuning in. What say you? It's now time for the cross section. The opposition will each ask a question and have 10 seconds to do so of the proposition, and they will then have 30 seconds to respond to each question. Okay? All right, over to you, teams.
If we're going to be thinking about getting compensated for what our forefathers went through, are we truly freed from slavery?
Basically, yes, we are, because we are being compensated for what was done for us. They are taking accountability for their actions, their wrongings, their wrongdoings. So yes.
How would you ensure reparations don't create dependency and entitlement mentality among recipients rather than promoting self-empowerment and development?
Reparations will not create dependency. It will more create a system of accountability between the two countries. We are not depending. We're asking for what was owed to us.
How would you ensure that the funds are used effectively and efficiently to address the country's social and economic challenges?
Repeat your question.
How would you ensure that the funds are used effectively and efficiently to address the country's social and economic challenges?
We have corporations such as the Integrity Commission and the IMF who monitors funds to make sure that they are spent effectively and to prevent corruption.
Your first speaker stated that persons now are benefiting. Your first speaker claimed that persons now should not suffer. In this terms, the colonizers and the ancestors of the colonizers, you're saying that the persons now should not suffer for their ancestors' action. But how do you address the fact that we, as persons who are colonized, how do you address the fact that the persons that colonize us are now reaping benefits from the labor of our ancestors?
While most of these economies are built on slavery hardships, we as a country should not depend on other countries for things that we can do. We can focus more on agricultural exporting and tourism and remittance.
If Britain benefited from 300 years of unpaid labor, why should Jamaica bear the cost of repairing that damage alone? If Britain benefited from 300 years of unpaid labor, why should Jamaica bear the cost of repairing that damage alone?
Jamaica isn't bearing it by themselves, and while the financial burden may be, we are not the only persons who were enslaved, and tracking down the descendants of slavery is practically impossible because of the amount of years that slavery was abolished.
How can we be self-reliant in the terms of debt payment when majority of these debts were about problems that the British created?
If we're going to be thinking about getting recompensated for what our forefathers went through, And if we do get recompensated, isn't that going to make us be thinking about all the things that they went through? Isn't that going to just make us have in slavery in our minds? Be enslaved in our minds.
Thank you so much, first speakers. Thank you, teams. Happy Grove High, Robert Lightbourne High. We now move into the propositions proposal, and our second speaker is Raquelme Clark, followed by Shakwala Gordon of Robert Lightbourne High School. Let's welcome them.
Good morning. Good morning. Madam Speaker. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Madam Speaker, judges, and worthy opponents, we just heard the opposition try to tell us that Jamaica should move on, that reparations are unnecessary or unrealistic. But I stand here today to remind the House that justice has no expiration date. On historical justice, the theft of wealth demands restoration. To ignore reparations is to accept unfinished justice. Germany did not tell the Holocaust survivors to move on. The US did not tell the Japanese American interned in camps to be self-reliant. Justice requires repair, not just resilience. On economic transformation, the opposition might blame Jamaica's issues on corruption. Yes, corruption exists, but that does not erase the structural poverty left by slavery and colonialism. Reparation would create the financial foundations to reform systems and to invest in people. To say reparations aren't essential is to pretend Jamaica can close a 400-year wealth gap on its own. My role as Deputy Prime Minister is to defend our case, to rebuild after the rebuttals, and to add new material showing that reparations are not only moral, but feasible, practical, and already in progress. My first argument is that historical theft still shapes today. Let us start where this debate began. History. The opposition says Jamaica's progress depends on internal reform, not reparations. But internal reform cannot fix external injustice. Jamaica's economy was built to serve Britain, not Jamaicans. The plantations, the export systems, and even the post-independence trade model all reinforce dependency. The planning institution of Jamaica confirms that our external debt still drains funds that should be going towards school, healthcare, roads, and even hospitals. But Madam Speaker, justice must also heal the body of the nation. Centuries of deprivement left Jamaica with chronic health disparities, from the underfunded hospitals to the community burdened by generalization, stress, and poverty. Reparations can fund rural clinics, mental health programs, and university healthcare. Reparations, not just the economy, but the people who built it. Reparations would restore what was stolen, allowing Jamaica to reform from a position of strength, not weakness. We are not saying Jamaica should sit and wait. We are saying Jamaica deserves a fair start. Reparations make reform possible. Now, beyond moral justice and social justice, let's also look at what the opposition might call impractical. Now, my second argument is that reparations are feasible and already happening. Across the world, reparations are already unfolding. From CARICOM's 10-point plan to the university partnership like Glasgow UA, and even the Church of England's £1 million fund in 2023 atones for its involvement in slave trade. And here's the clincher. Britain itself holds detailed ownership records, maliciously maintained. These records, available through the ULC Legacy of Britain's Slave Project, make tracing benefactors and calculating restoration entirely possible. Reparations are not fantasy. They are already underway. To claim them impractical is to ignore the evidence before our very eyes. The global momentum has begun, and Jamaica must take its rightful place in that movement. These investments would capitalize deep structural reform, modernizing education, healthcare, and governance. Imagine a Jamaica where rural schools are fully equipped, where university education is free, debt-free, and our rural farmers and innovators receive grants instead of loans. Reparations would mean real investment in people, scholarship, healthcare centers, cultural restoration projects, and technology hubs, in finally giving Jamaica equal footing in the modern world. And if reparations are already possible, then we must ask, why are they essential? Because without them, there is no justice. My third argument is that without reparations, justice is simply impossible. The opposition argues that aid, trade, or local development are enough, but those are band-aids on century-old wounds. Aid is charity. Reparations are debt repaid. Aid can be cut. Reparations are permanent recognition of a wrong. Britain has given aid before, yet Jamaica still remains burdened by poverty and inequality because aid never addressed the original theft. Justice is not optional. The world already recognizes this principle. Germany paid reparations to Holocaust survivors. The United States compensated Japanese Americans interned during the World War II. Why then should Jamaica, whose people endured centuries of unpaid labor and violence, be denied the same justice? Without reparations, Jamaica wounds remain open. With reparations, we can finally reduce barriers to education, healthcare, and opportunities in a systematic and lasting way. When barriers to education are reduced, more young people are given opportunities to gain skill and qualification that open pathways to legitimate employment instead of crime. Education reduces idle time, increases self-worth, and replaces desperation with direction. An empowered youth population is less vulnerable to gangs and violence and more likely to build communities grounded in discipline and hope. Reparations are not about dwelling on the past. They are about securing Jamaica's future on foundation of fairness. And so, Madam Speaker, when we weigh this debate, the picture becomes clear. The opposition says we can move forward without reparation, but moving forward without repair is not progress. It is pretense. Now, Madam Speaker, before my opponents rises, let me clip their wings. They'll say reparation divide rather than unite, but division comes from injustice, not from correction. Reparation is healed by acknowledging the truth and rebuilding trust. They'll argue Jamaica should focus on fixing corruption first, yet it is precisely because our institutions were under-resourced for centuries that corruption took root. Reparations fund reform, they don't replace it. They'll claim Jamaica can simply grow its economy or rely on foreign investors instead of reparations, but growth without repair only repeats the cycle of inequality. And investments without justice serves profit, not people. Reparations, on the other hand, return what was stolen and create a fair starting line for Jamaica to grow, not merely rapidly. This is why the proposition proudly affirms the motion.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker accepted the moral burden of slavery, yet established that the implementation of reparations is a logistical catastrophe that would breed more division than justice. I now turn to the heart of the matter, the ineffectiveness of financial transfer and the compelling reason why it is not an essential tool for social and economic justice in Jamaica. The proposition argued that reparation is a necessary moral duty, but the duty is not simply to pay a check. The duty is to eliminate the present-day effects of historical injustice. If a policy of investment from our national resources in education and healthcare achieves that goal more effectively, measurably, and immediately than reparation would, then that policy is the morally superior response. Our moral duty is to the living, to those suffering the present-day manifestations of historical trauma and economic exclusion, not to a historical accounting that can never be perfected. To spend decades pursuing an elusive payment is an unacceptable opportunity cost on the current generation of impoverished Jamaicans. A lump sum payment and apology does not fix systemic poverty. It addresses temporary symptoms. Research on large-scale, one-time cash transfers demonstrates that without accompanying structural support, large single payouts are often consumed quickly. The money may go towards immediate consumption goods or paying down high-interest debt, rather than generational wealth-building assets like land, education, or business capital. This effect is compounded in communities lacking formal financial literacy, access to banking, and institutional investment opportunities. A one-time payment is quickly absorbed by the structural lack of economic opportunity that defines the nation's poverty cycle. The vast majority of the funds would likely be consumed in the first few years, offering temporary relief. This would leave the underlying systemic issues, dilapidated schools, limited access to preventative health care, and structural lack of job training untouched. In as little as 3 to 6 years, the social disparity would return, but the nation would have consumed the one-time reparation windfall, leaving no lasting mechanism for social and economic justice for Jamaica. The fundamental flaw in the proposition's argument is that it prioritizes a historical transfer over essential, targeted, future-focused investment. We look around the world and see that reparations are not, in fact, an essential prerequisite for social and economic justice. We see nations that have forged their own success by capitalizing on their unique national resources and human capital. Consider countries like Botswana and Rwanda, a small nation in East Africa, that following the devastating 1994 genocide was left with virtually zero infrastructure, a fractured society, and no immediate natural resource wealth of the scale of Botswana's diamonds. Instead of relying solely on external aid and historic transfers, the government instituted a self-directed national focus, its own form of self-capitalization. This strategy involved channeling internal resources into building strong, accountable institutions, fostering national unity, and prioritizing education. This strategic internally generated investment, rather than historical payments, became the engine for decades of high economic stability and rapid social development. Likewise, Jamaican can model the success of Botswana and Rwanda by focusing on self-capitalization rather than a one-time financial transfer, channeling higher tourism revenues directly into universal education and infrastructure investments. By coupling this internal resource strategy with rigorous governance and human capital development, the nation can leverage its position to become socially and economically stable. Let us look at Jamaicans' current needs, which require immediate capacity building. Approximately 16% of the population lives below the poverty line. Youth and unemployment often sits above 20%. Rural communities experiencing even higher figures. Furthermore, the intense historical trauma that was born by slavery is reflected in the lack of universal, affordable mental health services across the island. These are not problems solved by giving money or a public apology to individuals. They are problems solved by building national resilient capacity. The immense financial resources required for reparations would be far more effective if immediately channeled into prioritizing massive public investments to reverse historical deprivation by modernizing physical and digital infrastructure, such as schools, hospitals, mental health institutions, roads, and internet access, and funding universal, quality tertiary education and vocational training. This is a far more effective way to break the intergenerational cycle of social and economic instability. We must make the decision: do we vast energy and political capital required to solve an unsolvable historical calculation and pursue a payment that is neither essential nor legally guaranteed? Or do we redirect that energy and capital toward measurable, verifiable progress for the generation alive today? We submit that the latter is the only truly essential path to justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Shakwala. Have you changed your mind listening to the argument so far? Well, it is now time for the cross-examination, the final one. So you know how it goes. The opposition will pose the questions and the proposition will respond to each question. 3 questions, 3 answers, and then we move into the rebuttal from the final speakers for both schools. All right, let's go.
How do you propose to address potential diplomatic and economic implications of seeking reparations from UK given the complex historical relationships and current partnerships between the two countries? How do you propose to address the potential diplomatic and economic implications of seeking reparations from the UK given the complex historical relationships and current partnerships between the two countries?
Well, the UK has been already paying for its involvement. As stated in my speech, it's £100 million fund for its involvement in the slave trade.
Can you provide evidence that monetary reparations have successfully addressed systemic injustice and achieved social change in similar post-colonial contexts?
The Germans, as stated in my speech again, the Germans paid the Holocaust. They did not tell them to just be self-reliant or so on. And also the Americans who paid the Japanese Americans for their involvement in the World War II.
How do you propose identifying and verifying descendants of slaves and slave owners in Jamaica, given lack of records and intermarriage?
It wouldn't be on a civilian level, it would be on more of a government level. We are not searching out for random people, we are addressing the government itself.
And to add what my teammates said, it's about the development of the country, which individuals can benefit from.
All right, so as your second speaker stated, Botswana had resources, but I'm comparing the situation to Jamaica, where we were exploited of them. How can self-reliance be effective if we don't have what we are indebted to?
Self-reliance can come in many ways. We can use, as we had a debate match last week, we can use the tourism and the remittance and we can focus more on agricultural exports to gain our own.
And true justice and progress should come from Jamaica building their own economy system rather than depending on other countries for money that is just short term and that won't benefit the country in the long run.
How can Jamaica truly reform if it's still paying debt created by colonial exploitation?
As I said before, I'm going to stick to my point. As I said before, getting compensation from what our forefathers went through is not going to change. It's not going to bring back Paul Bogle. I don't think so.
And to add to what he said, remittance cannot and will not change what happened to the past, what happened in the past.
Okay, so you said that it would be more traumatic or dehumanizing to revisit the topic of slavery and reparations. Wouldn't it be more dehumanizing to ignore what all our ancestors, Paul Bogle himself, went through?
We're not saying reparations for slavery is solely a bad thing, but we're saying that it is not essential in achieving long-term goal beneficial for the country in the future.
Thank you so much, teams. We now give you 1 minute to prepare your rebuttal. and we'll tell you when that 1 minute is up. Again, some compelling arguments for reparations to slavery and some against. Remember, the motion is this House believes that reparations for slavery are essential to achieving social and economic justice in Jamaica. If you're just tuning in on the PBCJ's live stream or on the Ministry of Culture's Facebook page, Happy Grove are our proposition team, and Robert Lightburn High School is our opposition team. So we're looking at Portland versus St. Thomas. And we are honoring today the 160th anniversary of the Morant Bay War, but this is not a war between Portland and St. Thomas. This is a debate. Right. A friendly challenge. A healthy debate. Yes. And so 1 minute. Again, this is the grand final. All right, this is the 5th staging and the grand finals of the 2025 Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. So we could continue now with our final speakers for both teams. We now invite from the opposition will now speak. And that's Nkuma. I'm sorry, I'm not from Cuba. Nkuma. Beckford. I apologize for mashing up your name. Yeah, I'm over 40, so anything can happen. I really don't make many apologies, but I do apologize for that one. It could be the brain fog. I would like to invite you now, final speaker, Robert Lightburn High School, and then after that we have Happy Grove, our proposition, Delaney Fisher. Let's welcome them.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, good day. Before I go into my speech, I would like to rebut against what the first speaker said on the proposition. He stated that justice delay, justice deny. Just because it takes time, that doesn't mean that you're not going to get justice. I don't think so. The proposition asks you to embrace a policy defined by impossibility, economic risk, and potentially social division. The opposition asks you to choose a path that is achievable, systematic transformation. Our case is clear. The moral debt is accepted, but reparations are not the essential solution because the challenges surrounding implementation, including identifying finders and recipients fairly and wanting the current generation to bear the financial burden for crimes committed by the slave owners centuries ago. Our insurmountably and the method of wealth transfer is inherently ineffective at tackling the root causes of social and economic instability. The proposition may say reparation are a powerful symbolic act. We agree, symbolism matters, but symbolism without substance is hollow. The symbolism of justice are far more powerful when they manifest as new, fully staffed hospitals, fully equipped science labs in every schools, and clean running water in historical, neglected communities. Concrete acts that demonstratively correct the historical deprivation of resources. A check is a fleeting moment of recognition, while investment from national resources is an enduring legacy of empowerment. The prop argued for mass land transfer. We know that mandatory non-commercial land reform is a destabilizing exercise. It often leads to immediate drop in agriculture output, market collapse, and legal chaos, which could hurt the very population it aims to help. to target commercial viable land distribution programs where government purchases lands for distribution with technical and financial support. Are better, but they are alternatively policy of investment that per request for justice dependent on historical payment. We contend that social and financial justice is achieved through set up superior future focused alternative that directly addresses the institutionalized effects of slavery. These alternatives are: 1, universal quality education, the primary mechanism for intergenerational mobility. We must focus funds from national resources on building and sustaining state-of-the-art modern curriculum reform and providing guaranteed scholarships to ensure that talent, not postcode, determines success. This creates a permanent structural shift. 2, targeted land reform and housing, not a mass political charge transfer, but a sustained government-backed program providing low-interest mortgages, technical support, and formal title access to descendants to purchase and develop productive agricultural land for transition informal settlements into formal, well-serviced housing communities. 3, access to capital, Black Empowerment Fund. Create a national sovereign wealth fund seeded by national resources and founded by ethical investment, dedicated only to providing patient, low-interest business loans and seed capital to historical, marginalized entrepreneurs and communities. These internalize generational wealth creation and fixes the lack of capital access that has persisted since emancipation. These politics are not theoretical. They are build national capacity. They tackle the high rates of poverty, and they are universally inclusive. This ensures that every dollar spent goes directly into dismantling the infrastructures of injustice today. The proposition asks us to pursue a historical argument that will consume decades, divided our nation, divert crucial resource, and ultimately fail in its execution due to implementation failure. The moral reckoning with slavery is necessary, but the essential pursuit of justice demands that we look forward, not backward. We must invest the political will and capital into building a Jamaica where every citizen, regardless of ancestry or address, has a first-class education, capital access, and dignified housing. That is a far more better path to social and economic justice in Jamaica. For the future focused, viably, and unified approach to justice, we stand proudly in opposition. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, honorable judges, worthy opponents, and members of the House, good morning. This debate turns on one core question. Can Jamaica achieve true social and economic justice without reparations? The government says no. Reparations are not optional. They are essential. For over 180 years since emancipation, Britain has delayed justice. Jamaica's ancestors were beaten, worked, and dehumanized. Yet when slavery ended, it was the oppressors who were compensated, not the oppressed. Until that wrong is repaired, history remains unbalanced and inequality remains entrenched. Reparations are the missing piece of justice, the bridge between apology and accountability. The opposition has tried to sell survival as success. They tell Jamaica can build justice on its own, but Madam Speaker, surviving is not justice. True justice means more than endurance. It means restoration, repairing what was stolen, rebuilding what was broken, and reclaiming what was denied. Jamaica cannot rewrite history, but we can correct its consequences. That is why reparation is not charity. They are the fulfillment of an unpaid moral and economic debt. The opposition, historical justice. The opposition says justice can be achieved without reparations, but our Prime Minister showed that Jamaica's underdevelopment is directly rooted in slavery and colonialism. For over 300 years, Britain extracted wealth from our labor. Sugar, rum, and cotton built their empire while leaving us impoverished. Historians like Sir Hilary Beckles argue that Britain amassed hundreds and billions of dollars from enslaved Africans. Justice without repair ignores that theft. A wound untreated may scab, but it never heals. Reparation is the medicine that history still demands. Second point, economic transformation. The opposition says Jamaica can reform itself. But as our Deputy Prime Minister explained, reform without resources is empty. Jamaica spends more on debt than on education. Reparations free us to transform our schools, hospitals, and public infrastructure. CARICOM's 10-point plan already provide a framework for debt cancellation, education funding, and technology transfer, as my first speaker stated. Last point, practicality and feasibility. The opposition says reparations are impossible and divisive. But, Madam Speaker, justice has always been resisted. Abolition itself was once considered impossible. Yet today, we already see reparations in motion. Glasgow University and the Church of England have both pledged millions in restitution. CARICOM's regional framework exists, and Britain's detailed slave ownership records make restitution calculable. Reparations are not fantasy. They are a movement already underway. To call them impractical is to ignore the evidence of progress. Madam Speaker, this House should affirm the motion because the government side did these three important things. We approve reparations are morally required. Theft demands repayment. A nation built on forced labor cannot be asked to forget. Justice without reparations is an incomplete sentence. We prove that reparations are economically necessary. Without them, Jamaica remains chained to debt and dependency. With them, we can fund education, modernize healthcare, and empower small businesses, turning repair into growth. We prove that reparations are socially transformative. They restore dignity, strengthen national pride, and build unity through acknowledgement and healing. The opposition offers survival through slow reform. We offer justice through repair, a plan that is moral, practical, and already unfolding. Madam Speaker, this debate comes down to more than money. It is justice fulfilled. It is about completing history, healing wounds, and securing Jamaica's future and fairness, not theft. Reparations are the mechanism which Jamaica can reform its structures, restore dignity, and realize the promise of independence. Reparations are not division, they are reconciliation. Reparations are not charity, they are accountability. They are not about the past, they are about a just and prosperous future. For these reasons, we on the government bench proudly affirm reparations are essential to achieve social and economic justice in Jamaica. Reparations now and for the future. Thank you.
And the man drops the mic. So let me put it back into the stand. Yeah. Mic drop. Wow. Well done, teams. Well done, speakers. It is now time for our judges to deliberate, to decide who will be the winner of this debate. This House believes that reparations for slavery are essential to achieving social and economic justice in Jamaica. Who will it be? Is it going to be Happy Grove or is it going to be Robert Lightmore in high school? Who will win the debate war? Is it Portland or is it St. Thomas? So we ask our judges, Kevin Jones from First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union, St. Thomas branch, alongside with Mr. Barrett Jade, our chair, and Mr. Stewart from the NCDA to get some fresh air, yes, and deliberate. In the meantime, again, thank you so much for joining us live on the PBCJ stream on YouTube as well as Facebook. Wherever you are, you can also rewind and watch the third place playoff debate, and you can also rewind this debate if you missed anything. All right, so now, as I mentioned earlier, we are in St. Thomas. Morant Bay. So we're going to have a little fun while the judges deliberate. All right, so audience, you have to run up and get some exercise because we're about keeping fit physically on this World Mental Health Day. So I'm helping you to do that while we keep our minds stimulated, all right? And check in on our history. Are you ready? All right. Tomorrow is Paul Bogle Day, one of our first national heroes. So the first question is, and you have to run up and answer and represent your school. Who was Paul Bogle? Come on, represent your school. Come on up here, quickly. Teachers, you can play too. Anybody can come up. Who was Paul Bogle? Come on.
Paul Bogle was a Baptist preacher born reportedly in the 1820s. He coordinated the entire Morant Bay War and he died in 1865, tragically, because he was hanged for insubordination by the British.
Clap him! That would be Mr. Fisher. Yes, sir. The man who dropped the mic. All right, next one. We're going to have some fun. But I want some persons from the audience to come up as well. Come on. Come on. And let's give it up for Shaquala Gordon, the only female here. Yeah. During the finals. Yeah. We have big her up. Yeah, because normally they talk about the females dominating the academic space. But you see, the men did well. But we have to acknowledge that she was here representing. Yes. The world is feminine and masculine, and I love the energy, right? So we want somebody to come up and answer this next one. Welcome to Empress Golding's Paul Bogle Quiz. Are you ready for more? And if you're watching online, feel free to be the first one to drop the answer in the chat. Now, okay, this is easy, because I think Mr. Fisher alluded to it. What event is Paul Bogle's most closely associated with? What event is Paul Bogle most closely associated with? Come on, come on, come on. Yes.
I am Malik Bailey from the Tarrant High School, and Paul Bogle is more associated with the Morant Bay Rebellion.
Sounds good, sounds good. All right, so this next one, what was a major consequence of the Morant Bay Rebellion? What was a major consequence?
The governor general at the time was replaced and Jamaica became a crown colony because of that rebellion. And workers' rights was reviewed and reformed.
All right, clap him, is he correct? All right, here's a fun one. The word reparation. How many positive words can you get from the word reparation? Or any word, no, it's reparation or reparations. Depends which one you want. Well, like the S though. Yeah, it helps. All right, reparations. How many words? Let's try and see how many. Don't worry about positive, but how many words can you get from the word reparations? How many words? The words have to be formed from the letters in the word reparation. So how many words can you get from that word using only the letters in reparations? Now, I must tell you, I haven't tested to see if you can get any. But I'm just checking myself to see who is savvy. And come on, come on, come on. Come. If you can use one word 2 times. Hold on. And it plays a part in the reparations argument? Let's hear your word. Hold on. Come, let me get this. Come on. And see. This is called a debate word puzzle. The word puzzle.
My name is Ophelia, representing Torrance High School, and we can get and we can get 20 words out of the word reparation.
20? Yes. Hold on. That must be chat GPT. And let me tell you something, you can't fool me. Because I am an AI tete, AI expert. And I never use it to ask a question. But let me see what ChatGPT has to say. No, man, she said 20 words. I'm blown away because my mind wasn't getting 20. So let's see how good AI is. Why, the other team? No, you say, are you shy? I love when it, are you shy? I love that response. It just makes me want to work you, because that's what I do. I train people on how to speak confidently, how to find your voice, how to present on stage. Now the debate is having luck, but we're going to work on her. Say yes. Yes. We're working on you. Yes. All right, let's do this. Are you shy? How does she respond? Let's see if we can change that. Okay, let's go. Are you shy? Look at that, transformed in 1 minute. Clap her. All right, let's go. Let's see how many words we can get from reparations. Let's go.
First, we have repent, pine, tear, rate, rent, peer, part, pen, pet, rat, tan.
Can you hear every word clearly? Some said no. Okay. We're going to slow down because I'm trying. She say repent? As Paul Bogle would ask of you, have you repented from your sins today? Let's go. Hold on, let's start again. Are you shy? No. One thing, the smile now gonna come off, but we like that. Go ahead. Go on. Let's say each word slowly, one at a time. Let's go. First word.
First we have repent, second we have pine, third we have tear.
Pine?
No, pine.
Pine.
P-I-N-E-S.
Pine.
And fourth we have rate, fifth we have rent, sixth we have peer, and seventh we have part, eighth we have pen, nine we have pet, 10 we have rat, 11 we have tan, 12 we have top, 13 we have ant, and 14 we have et, 15 we have neat, and 16 we have nation, 17 we have repine, and 19 we have perio, and 20 we have taper. P-A-R-E-O. And then 20 will have taper.
Wow. That's a lot. And you are the winner of the Paul Bogle Debate Scramble! I love that. Wow, a lot. There we go. Get your brain thinking. So we are in the world of artificial intelligence. And I know at my son's school, they've implemented an AI policy for homework and assignments. And that means that you are allowed to use the tools, but there's a certain amount, yeah? That you are, a certain amount of, there are limitations to the usage of AI in your assignments and your home test programs, right? So I think that's absolutely amazing. How many of you are all for AI? To some extent? Oh, I use it for everything. Like if I've been out in the rain and the mud on the football field all day, I ask AI, how long should I bathe to be really clean? Because as a busy mom, we don't get to bathe as long as we'd like to, but some days I, listen to ChatGPT and take a nice long bath after a muddy day on the sidelines. But honestly, I must say, AI has made my life more productive, and I encourage you all to think about the future of careers in artificial intelligence. Data producers, content producers, ethics providers. There's so many opportunities. So don't be afraid of it, teachers and parents. It's here to stay. And I can tell you, she got 20 words in 5 seconds, and you got how many? 22 in 15 seconds. She beat you to it. Yeah, I was watching you, writing them down after the time. Team, you all right? Yeah? All right, so our judges are back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Who will be the winner of the 2025 Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate competition? Who will be victorious? We now ask our chair adjudicator, Jermaine Barrett, to take the stage. Woo, fingers crossed. May the best team win.
One of the things that typifies life within the Caribbean and specifically within Jamaica is the continued struggle for reparations. Many of us see on a daily basis the issues, the social, the economic issues that reflect the deficits that we have inherited from that painful period of our history. Enslavement. And even as we're here commemorating Paul Bogle and the Warriors and their contribution to Jamaica's history, theirs was a struggle for justice. And so I think this debate was in fact a worthy discussion, a worthy contribution to the panoply of conversations that exist in the society about reparations. I want to commend both teams. Commendations indeed to both teams on a valiant effort in engaging in a meaningful discussion surrounding reparations. What was the debate specifically about? The debate looked at reparations and whether or not it is essential for solving, remedying, alleviating the social and economic issues, and I think the term used is social and economic justice, delivering social economic justice to Jamaica. What does that mean? What does it mean for us to achieve social and economic justice? We felt that we didn't get a clear understanding of what it is we're solving for, but what we do understand it to mean are issues relating to poverty, the inequities in our society. It relates to issues surrounding crime and the violence that is far too pervasive in Jamaica. Those are the issues that are social in nature. And of course, economical. And of course, healthcare is a social issue. And economically, we're talking about employment. We're talking about, the debt burden and so forth. So we got little bits of ideas surrounding these, but it would have been good had it been crystallized from the outfront to say this is what we really are talking about when we're talking about social and economic justice. And justice is an important characterization of what is social and economic, because justice necessarily entails that there exists injustice within the society that is social and economic. Okay, so with that context, with that backdrop, let's discuss what just transpired. Team proposition, Happy Grove High School, tells us that Jamaica, the Caribbean, has been raped for centuries. And of course, we are the inheritors of that trauma, that brutality. And that, because that was done by the colonial powers, by Britain in particular in the Jamaican context, they have a moral obligation to remedy the harm, the pain and the hurt that was done. So that's the first point of argumentation. The second point of argumentation is to kind of wade into the discussion around what then would result if it is that we get reparations. What would be the manifest difference in the conditions, the social and economic conditions that results? And we hear about infrastructural development, we hear about improvements in education and so forth. So we get some ideas to what that reparations would look like. Okay? Let's switch quickly now to team opposition. Robert Lightbourne. Robert Lightbourne opens their case with a discussion around the feasibility and the likelihood of us ever getting reparations. They say to us that it is unjust for us to expect that people who live in Britain nowadays should be morally obligated to pay for a crime done by a previous generation centuries ago. They say that they appreciate the injustice of it, and therefore they will not pay reparations. So it's a moot issue. We're not going to get anywhere with this quest for reparations. They say to us that we are better off pulling up ourselves by our own bootstraps. What does that look like? They say we should do things like returning Paul Bogle's statue. They say we should build infrastructure. They say that we should fix education. We should do these things by ourselves and stop pining after British money. Yes? I'm putting it in a term that they were a lot more charitable in the use of language. Yes. But stop pining after people's money, because we are custodians of our own future. Our own economic welfare, social welfare resides in our hands. At that point, there's an important reflection that must be made here. The motion does not contend with the feasibility of reparations. In fact, it is to be assumed that reparations is possible. The question, though, is whether or not reparations is the major, the pivotal, the chief tool with which to solve social and economic injustices. That is what the debate is about. Is reparations essential? And on that question of the essential nature of reparations, team proposition tells us that inasmuch as the horrors of slavery were so great and they exist even now, there is again that moral obligation. Importantly, we get some ideas as to what can be done, but we don't get really strong mechanisms for doing that. And let me give you an example. We talk about social issues as being like poverty and crime and so forth. We think that it is fairly well accessible for the opposition team to have spoken about, yes, we can do it because we are doing it. How are we doing it? Well, look at the crime numbers, 40% reduction. Look at unemployment. Look at poverty reduction, right? All of these data points reflect that we are doing it. And yes, maybe it will take us a while longer because we don't have the ton load of money, reparations money, right? We don't have it all in one go, but we can do it. So there is a mechanism for us to do it outside of reparations, even if it takes us longer. What we get are very assertive claims that we should do things without an indication to us as judges that we are actually doing it. Therefore, you can be convinced and convicted that we can do it. Are we understanding? Hold on. Are we understanding? Or should I take another half an hour to explain? Oh, just checking. Right? So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just give you the scores. The scores are as follows. 267 points to 274 points. 267 to 274 points. The winners of this grand finals match. It is the final match. It's the penultimate contest in what has been an amazing staging of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. But all good things must come to an end. So the winners of this match, grand finals between Happy Grove High School and Robert Lightbourne High School. Robert Lightbourne, of course, the defending champions. Happy Grove High School, the third place winners last year. Will we see a difference? Will Happy Grove take it from Robert Lightbourne this year? Or will Robert Lightbourne hold on to the victory? Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of this match, ending with 274 points, and of course, defeating the defending champions, Happy Grove High School. Happy Grove High School. Congratulations. And the audience goes wild. All right, congratulations, Happy Grove. And let's give a round of applause for our second place finishers in this year's competition, Robert Lightbourne High School. The winners, and of course, finally the best debater of this match, comes to us as well from the winning team, Happy Grove High School. And that speaker, you know what, Najani, you want to do the honors? All right, come and do the honors. I know the winner of the Best Speaker Award this time around, all right? I'm confident of it, but I want to share the stage with my colleague adjudicator, Najani Stewart. Najani, tell the people, who was the best debater?
And of course, the best debater in this match, which is the grand finals match, comes to us also from the team proposition, and that's the second speaker, Raquel May Clark.
Thank you so much, adjudicators. Thank you so much. Congratulations to our winner. Sorry. Get it right. Happy Grove High School. And we want to thank Robert Lightbourne High School for hosting. You know, you were the winners last year. And sometimes we have to change again and pass the baton, right? So it's all one love. Thank you so much and well done. Please stand and take your final bow. Give it up for the runner-ups this year, Robert Lightbourne High School. Thank you so much. Woo! You have to stop, audience, and look at what's in front of you. I meet young people every day in Jamaica. They can't even hold a conversation. And to be able to sit and witness today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 4 teams, 12 dynamic speakers, eloquent, intelligent, really gives me hope for Jamaica. So let's give all of the debaters today a round of applause. And if you came here all the way from Portland, how long did it take you to get here? An hour? Please come up on this stage. Everybody from Happy Grove up on the stage right now. Team, please stand. Come on, get up here. Want to see everybody that traveled from Portland to support your debaters. Again, Javier Wong, Raquel May Clark, top debater, and Jelani Fisher. Come on the stage, man. We're going to celebrate. Yes. Very inspired. And to the teachers who made it happen, give them a round of applause. Now, I don't know, as I said, I'm over 40. You can spread out this way, come across. I'm over 40, so I have no idea what the new happy dance is, the celebratory dance is. So I want you all to come over. We're going to celebrate up here. Are we missing anybody else from Happy Grove? No? All right. So we don't have a selector, do we? I didn't check this. I'm being spontaneous. So young people, any singers here want to lead the happy celebratory song or a dance? Oh, wait, go. Come on, man. What's a happy song right now? know what? Why don't we hear the school song? Just, Miss, why don't we hear the school song? Who would like to lead it from the front? Yeah, come forward, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Happy Grove High School!
Fair are the... Ready? Fair are the palm groves about our dear school, swept by the ocean breeze, fragrant and cool. Well do we love thee, oh happy grove there. Bright are the happy hours spent with the hair. Oh, hail to thee, there happy grove. Thee do we honor and thee do we love. God grant his blessings upon thee to pour. Help us to honor and love thee more. Help us to honor and love thee more.
Happy, happy? Happy, happy? Happy, happy? How the last line go? Help us to help us to honor and love thee more. Clap them. I love that. One happy. Never ever one, never two. Never two. Never three. Yeah, one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. I'm so honored I had the opportunity to host the grand finals of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. Thank you so much for tuning in. And for those who are still here, we're going to move now into a special presentation. And it's honoring the 160 years of legacy, empowering future leaders. And that's the theme today. And we are going to invite, before we go into that closing ceremony, please forgive me, we're going to have a presentation. So we're going to have a ceremony to close off the day and honor the legacy of our national hero in this parish. But right before we do, we have a special presentation by the National Council on Drug Abuse. It was an incredible debate, so let's hear it again for our incredible debaters. Yes. So as I mentioned, the NCDA's judge, Najani Stewart, is here. And we are still on the mission of empowering young minds, as today is World Mental Health Day. So we'll hear from the National Council on Drug Abuse, and they will share insights on making positive changes and choices and living a drug-free lifestyle. Please make welcome, he's been with us all day as an adjudicator, again, Mr. Najani Stewart.
All right. Good afternoon, debaters and debate facilitators. All right, so I need your undivided attention, folks. I know that we're all buzzing from the matches. So just give me your undivided attention for just a few minutes, and then we'll be out of here. So just grab a seat quickly, and then we can get through this final segment before we close off the day. All right. So, we're going to start off this presentation flowing from the energy that we ended with a while ago. All right. So, when I say mental, I want you to say wellness. All right? Ready? Mental. Mental. No man no sound hungry same way. I'm going to know to eat lunch. So, we're going to try that again. Ready? So ready if you're ready? Ready. So ready if you're ready? Ready. Alright, so when I say mental, you say wellness. Mental? Wellness. Mental? Wellness. Alright, so what day is today? What special day is today? World Mental Wellness or World Mental Health Day. Alright, so who can tell me what mental wellness means? Anybody?
So mental wellness being well physically, emotionally, and socially. I think, yeah.
All right, who else can tell me what mental wellness is? I see Miss looking at me like she wants to answer. So I'm going to come to Miss. Yes, Miss, tell me what you think mental wellness means, or what does mental wellness mean to you? All right, very good, very good. All right, yes, so we are looking at mental wellness, all right? So,
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It is afternoon, is that true? Now, when I woke up this morning and chose this tie, I did so with total oblivion that I was choosing to be both happy and both purple pride of the East in one. My name is Lansford Grant, and I am not interjecting without reason into the presentation that I'm sure is full of more substance than drug abuse. I'm just here to say to you that I am proud to be a Jamaican, and as the education officer representing Western St. Thomas, and a member of the region of care, I bring you brief greetings from our regional director, Mrs. Yashika Blackwood Grant, in the context that this renaissance must continue. I want to congratulate our chief adjudicator and the team for doing the almost impossible. To measure intellectual minds is sometimes a subjective duty that has no objective parameters, and sometimes we don't understand the decision. But so far, it has been clear that there is reason and rationale in the results presented. I also want to congratulate Sir Smith and Miss Thompson, who are the crafters, the descendants of Paul Bogle, who have immortalized the principles. And so the seeds that are being sown through the debate, through the various appropriate and rational moods that have been chosen, we are advocating for these seeds to continue to grow and to be cultivated in all that we do. I'm proud of you, not just Paul Bogle, spirit is alive here now, but when I think about Yallas High, Seaforth High, Robert Lightbourne High, of course, yes, Morant Bay High, St. Thomas Technical High, Paul Bogle High, yes, Tarrant invading from St. Andrew, and Happy Grove invading from Portland. I want to tell you, I feel high on intellect this afternoon. My message that I'll be taking back to the region of care is that we shall be ensuring that this event is immortalized on our calendar of events. Students, congratulations. Teachers and coaches, congratulations. Because this event is ensuring that the positive stature of Jamaicans continue to be immortalized. And I just want to use 5 seconds to make this gender comment. I noted one male in the semifinals. And how many females in the semifinals? 5. And then we noted 5 males in the finals. Give them a round of applause. Yes. And 1 female. What it says to us is that our debates here is growing in the right direction. Because if it turns the gender situation in our island upside down and ensure that our boys are right there in the center of the championship, it is roots growing and seeds being planted that will ensure we have males that man up to their responsibility in the future. I give my comment in this way. I am committed to ensure that the Ministry of Education continues to groom with you the seeds that you have sown today. Thank you.
All right. We are back, and we are still talking about mental wellness. So, what we're gonna do now, I want 3 volunteers from the audience, preferably 1 different persons from different schools. So if I can have 3 volunteers quickly. All right, we have 1 from Happy Grove. Do we have 1 from Tarrant? Come on. Come. Yes, you. And is that St. Thomas Technical? Yes. Come St. Thomas Technical, let's go. I need 1 volunteer from you.
say again? Okay, yes. All right, so let's come to the center. Let's come a little to the center. All right. So, we're going to do a little activity, and then we want the audience to engage with us, all right? All right, so we have tasked our 3 volunteers with 3 different emotions, all right? And you as the audience will have the esteemed responsibility to guess what emotion they are displaying. All right, so we're going to start with our representative from St. Thomas Technical. All right. And feel free to shout it out. So come over to them. Yeah. All right, very good, very good. So Miss St. Thomas Tech is very happy with her new phone. All right, and we have our representative from Happy Grove High School.
Who touch that phone here right now? Who touch the phone? Hello, if me find one, I will make a look on the face. Not take up my phone again. Yeah?
All right, very good, very good. He's angry. And we have our final representative from Torrent High School.
Go.
All right, she wants to go home, so she's sad. All right, now we're talking about mental wellness. Which one of these emotions? Thank you. You can clap them. Yes. So we're talking about mental wellness. Yes. Which one of those emotions you think best embodies what wellness means? Happy. So would you say that if I'm sad, I'm not mentally well? Yes? No? Who say yes? Who say no? If I'm sad, is it an indication that something is going well or something is going wrong? Something is going wrong. What about anger? Wrong. And what about sadness? You said wrong. All right. Now, it's interesting as we're talking about mental wellness because the truth is, someone like Miss Spain can be very sad, but then we have the volunteer from St. Thomas Technical and she's very happy. But the truth is that mental wellness is not as black and white as it seems. So someone can be very happy and they're in a very dark place of depression, but then you have someone who is sad and something may have just happened, but they're mentally fine otherwise. So as we're talking about mental wellness today, I want to talk to you about some of the signs of some mental disorders. Let me ask you, because I don't want to lecture you, so I'm going to involve you in this conversation. As teenagers, which I think most of you are, if not all of you, what are some of the common mental disorders that you or your colleagues face? Anxiety, what else? Depression? Bipolar disorder. All right, so I hear somebody say depression. What is depression? What does that mean? You can shout it out, that's fine. Constant state of sadness, yes. You feel overwhelmed, so you don't have no hope. All right, yes. Intense feeling of, all right, regret. All right, yes. So when we talk about things like depression, right, we're looking at extended periods of sadness. So we just had a very beautiful debate this morning about whether or not mental, everyday struggles are mental health challenges. Do you think everyday challenges are an indication of mental health disorders? Tell me why now. Who says no? Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, very good. Yes. So when we talk about those everyday issues, they may or may not be an indication that something is wrong. So if let's talk about burnout, for instance. Who knows what burnout is? Overwhelmed, get stressed out. What else? By work, yes. So burnout is one of those things that may look like an everyday occurrence, but the tricky thing or the technical thing about burnout is that it creeps upon you. It doesn't just happen overnight, It creeps up. So the teachers, you're in a classroom and you have like 30 students in this class. Then the next period you have a next 30 students. You have lesson planning, you have tests to set, you have tests to mark, and then by the time you tell them say, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, half of the class gone. And then, even in your summer break, you might have to be attending meetings, planning sessions, workshops. And so after a while, you realize that you're not really taking care of yourself mentally, and that after a while, it creeps up, so you start dreading getting out of bed to go to school in the morning. Same with the students. You have the CAPE students, you have the CSEC students, you're doing like 8 subjects, right? If you're a CAPE student, you're doing 5 subjects. Right? The teacher might always be picking on you. The exams might be hard, right? And so you realize that after a while, the burnout seeps in, the burnout creeps up. And when we talk about those everyday mental challenges, what do you think can happen over time, if not dealt with? They lead to things like depression, yeah? Suicide ideation, yes. All right. They manifest physically as well, yes. Heart issues, yes. So we are agreeing. So it's a substances. All right, we'll soon get to that. So we are agreeing that your mental health can affect your physical health. Is that what we're saying? Who say yes? And who say no? All right, nobody say no. Exactly. So it's very important, therefore, for us to take care of our mental health. So someone mentioned depression, right? Give me 3 signs of depression. Not eating, not wanting to socialize, loss of. All right, you lose your interest in participating in hobbies, yes. Low energy, low self-esteem. You're missing what? Yes, you have a very pessimistic Right, so loss of hope. Excellent. So when we talk about depression, there's an extensive amount of signs or symptoms, right? And we just established that you can't really look on someone and tell that they're depressed, right? Because you have those persons who are happy, right? But you can't know that they're dealing with something. But sometimes, more often than not, the signs might be evident. So when we talk about depression, there are 3 main signs that we'll talk about today. So we just had a representative up here and she demonstrated sadness. Now we talk about depression and clinical depression. We typically see where people are exhibiting signs of sadness for like a 6 month to 12-month period, right? So there's usually a very extensive sign where they're sad for an extended period of time. So sadness, depression is characterized mainly by an embodiment of the emotion of sadness, right? So if you see a teacher, he's usually very chirpy and she's greeting you as students and she's good morning students and she's usually very upbeat. But then one day the teacher just come in and she just look droopy. She doesn't even wander there. She's not really taking care, or he's not really taking care of their physical appearance. Then you might know that, all right, something wrong here, so. Another thing, someone just said it. There's usually a loss of hope, right? So you want to get out of bed in the morning, you want to go to class, you want to attend your studies, you want to study, but you find yourself that you don't have that interest anymore. You don't have the hope for anything good anymore because you might be a teacher and your hope for your students is that you want them to pass the exam, you want them to get those grade 1s in CSEC and in CAPE. But after a while you realize that, can't even bother you. You lose that hope. You lose that sense of drive that will push you to get things done. And the third thing that we look at is a loss of interest. So you are a student, what's your favorite subject? You love maths, so you love your circle theorem and your matrices and your vectors and you love your algebra, right? Now, what's your name? Janique? Janae, all right. So let me ask you a question. Janae loves mathematics. She loves her algebra. You can't beat Janae for algebra. When she said, what is 2x plus? Janae doesn't tell her the answer. Yeah? She said, true. Right. Now, Miss, what's your name? Miss Coombs. All right. So Miss Coombs, Janae is your star student, right? Every question you ask Janae answer because she loves maths. One day, Janae comes into the classroom. She don't want to answer. She don't even have her book out or head up on the desk. Is that a sign that something is going well or something is not so well with Janae? Something is not so well, right? So those are some of the things that we look at when we talk about things like depression. So it's characterized by sadness, loss of hope, loss of interest. What are three of the things that depression characterizes? Loss of hope, loss of interest, and sadness. Excellent. Now, what are some of the things that you think can be done to help our friend Janae? So, Janae, come stand beside me. We are roll today. So, Janae and I are in class, right? Me and Janae are part of the A students, not the class, yeah? Now, me recognize, actually, let's switch this up. So I want a student from Yellas High School. Yeah. So we have these two students in the classroom. So Janae, you're bad for the maths. All right, what's your favorite subject? You can come on this side. Yeah, what's your favorite subject?
IT.
All right. So the IT man over here, so he know everything about firewall, him can hack anything. Him hack the CIA, you know true? Alright, maybe not. Alright, so yeah. So we have our IT specialist over here and we have the math specialist. Now, what if one day the math specialist steps into the classroom, she no longer cares about mathematics, she has no interest in maths whatsoever. What is one thing that you think her classmate could do to get her some help? Anybody, somebody, everybody. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, very good. Now, I have a question to ask you. And a point was raised this morning about the destigmatization of mental health. So we're going to look at a straw poll survey to test a theory. We're going to see how stigmatization works, or is it, if it's strong, or if it's working, if you're doing enough to destigmatize mental wellness, all right, or mental health issues. All right, so I'm going to ask you a question. So listening if you're listening. Boy, I want to sound like you drive asleep. The legal rights start kicking. So say listening if you're listening. No man, still. So listening if you're listening. All right, excellent. Now, how many of us, and I want you to be honest, how many of us know when something is not right mentally with us? With ourselves. So this side don't know when nothing wrong with them. So we say one hand. All right. Let me ask you this. How many of us know when something is wrong with our neighbor? So we see more hands go up. That's a concern. All right. All right. Now, let me see the hands of those who reach out for help when something is not right with them. You're seeing what's happening, yes? Are we all seeing what's happening? So I asked the audience. So Jermaine says no. So a lot of us raised our hands when we said that we know when something is wrong with us. More of us raised our hands when we say we know what's wrong with someone else. But then when I asked you who reaches out for help when something is wrong with them, like 2 hands went up. What does that tell us? It tells us that we're not taking care of our mental well-being, don't it? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, we are talking about dealing with mental health issues or mental struggles. So, there's a concept that we look at when we talk about resilience. So, for those who were here last week, we touched on it. For those who weren't here, we'll talk about it. What does resilience mean? Resilience, yeah, no, say right, you know. So yes, resilience is essentially the ability to bounce back. So let me pose a scenario to you. So we have our lovely friend here, Johnny, who is a math specialist, right? Now, mathematics has SBA now, yeah? Boy, that rough. Mathematics has SBAs now. Remember, you know, Johnny is our star mathematician, you know. Right? So Janae comes to class. She shut up maths class. Right? Now, every maths test, Janae gets an A. Every maths homework, she's on top of that. What if, when the SBA time rolls around, Janae doing 9 subjects, yeah? 8 subjects? All right, Janae doing 8 subjects. She has SBA, she have homework, and Janae realizes a peer educator badge. All right, so Johnny is a very well-rounded student. One day, Johnny not attending class. She can't manage the homework. She's failing in maths class, hypothetically speaking. And Johnny is not doing anything in regards to extracurricular activities. Is Johnny managing the stress as well? Why not? Maybe something happened to Johnny. Maybe something happened to Johnny. Right? So when we talk about resilience, resilience is really the ability to bounce back. We don't know, and I don't want to use Johnny's name for this. So let's say we have a friend named Patricia. Right? Now, Patricia is usually very good. One day, Patricia gets a call that she's lost a relative. And then what you find is that she starts failing, she starts not showing up for the things that she normally shows up in. She's not doing well. So resilience really talks about your ability to bounce back from those things. So we had a hand up earlier that talks about overcoming things. How does one overcome something like grief or the loss of a loved one? So remember, I know, when I ask you if you know when something is wrong with you, you said no. So today we're going to dig into that. If it is that you've lost someone that you love, what are some of the typical emotions that you encounter? Your sadness, guilt, suicidal thoughts, bargaining. Okay, we're looking at the stages of grief. Anger, all right, cool. Yeah. So how then, if someone is dealing with guilt or suicide ideation, and that's not dealt with, what happens? All right, then become overburdened. But what is the result of that? Self-hurt, depression. All right. All right, she loves to talk about. So, all right, let's talk about it. When we talk about substances, what are some of the substances that we're familiar with? Marijuana, cocaine, heroin, meth, alcohol. All right, so let me ask you a question. So you just gave me a wide array of substances, and another name for substances, drugs, yeah? Do drugs improve or worsen your mental health? Why? No, but every time me stress out, me smoke a big head spliff, it make me feel better. So who are you to tell me that it makes me worse? So very good. So the thing is, you might feel overwhelmed, you might feel stressed out. The thing about substances, they provide that temporary sort of relief. But what do you think happens when that wears off? So I am overworked by work and school and my life's responsibilities. Me stress out. On Monday, I took up a big head spliff. I'ma smoke it, I'ma feel good. Now, when that wears off, the stress comes back. So Tuesday, you know what I do? I go for the spliff again. But guess what? The spliff not really do nothing for me. So you know what I do? I go for some Molly. Or you know what I do? I go for 2 spliff. I'ma feel good. Now I go wear off, I feel stressed out again. So Wednesday, you know what I do? I draw for the spliff again. But I draw for the 2 spliff, it not really help. So you know what I do? I put something in the spliff because I want to get back the high there. What is happening? What is happening to me? I'm becoming addicted to the substance. So my tolerance level is increasing. So I need more of the substance to give me back that initial high. So what do you think is happening to my mental health? Is it getting better or is it getting worse? It's getting worse because the reality is I'm not actually dealing with what is happening up here. I'm just numbing what I feel. But when that wears off, all of that comes back. What are some ways in which marijuana, for instance, affects you? Your lungs. All right. So what are some forms? All right. So we're talking about smoking, and smoking can damage your lungs. What are some other ways that people consume marijuana? Them drink it or them drink it? Them boil it and drink it in a tea, all right? Edibles. What are edibles? What's that? I don't know what edibles are. First me hear about that. What's that? You say you eat it, you know, so I ask you what are edibles? At first me hear that term there. What is that? Edibles are edibles, what that mean? Sweets. Alright. So sweets alone them call edibles? So we have the pastry, so we have the cookie and the cupcake, and we have the gummies. Now, what are some ways in which those things can affect me? Somebody says psychosis, yes. Can I hallucinate when I'm consuming these things? What is hallucination? What does that mean? So I'm seeing things. So we have two types of hallucination, right? We have the visual and we have the auditory. So I don't know about you, but I'm not very comfortable with seeing things or hearing things that aren't actually there. Now, so we just mentioned that consuming substances are worse your mental health. Now, there's a term that is called dual diagnosis. Now, for the persons who were here last week, so it's only for the persons who were not here last week, all right? Who can tell me what dual diagnosis means? Who was not here last week? So someone from St. Thomas Technical, I don't think you guys were here last week. Yalasai wasn't here last week, I don't think. So I want someone from Yalasai. I said, young miss looking at me like, no, don't look behind you, you me talk. Yes, you. What do you think dual diagnosis means? What two something? Alright, somebody help me, not a problem. Yes. So we talk about dual diagnosis. What does dual mean? Dual means two. Excellent. And a diagnosis is really when someone like a medical professional tells you what is wrong with you. Right? So apart from a medical professional, who else can give you a diagnosis? A doctor is a medical professional. A therapist, right? So we talk about dual diagnosis. We're talking about someone who has been diagnosed with a mental disorder. What are some examples of mental disorders? Schizophrenia, anxiety, depression, bipolar, yes. Yes. So if someone has a mental disorder, that's one thing. The second thing is a substance use disorder. What is a substance use disorder? What is a substance use disorder? You're abusing substances. So remember now, we just touched on addiction. So if you're addicted to alcohol, that's what we call an alcohol use disorder. Now if you're addicted to consuming marijuana, whether you smoke it, you drink it, or you eat it, and you're addicted, that's what we call a cannabis use disorder. Now, when someone has depression and they are smoking marijuana, what do you think is going to happen to them? It's going to get worse, don't it? Their mental health is going to significantly deteriorate, right? So when a person has been diagnosed with something like depression and they're smoking and they're addicted to marijuana, that's what we call dual diagnosis. Now, it's not just limited to depression and marijuana, but once a person has been diagnosed with any kind of mental disorder and they're addicted or they're using substances, that's what we call a dual diagnosis, all right? Now, I'll finally wrap up with this. So we're talking about mental wellness today. And today is what? What day is today? What special day is today? So it's World Mental Health Day, all right. So we're coming back to that straw poll that we did, because a lot of you said that you don't know how to recognize when something is wrong. So I want to ask you this question. What are some ways that you think you can check in with yourself to see when something is wrong? How do you recognize the patterns in your behavior? All right. Self-reflection, how do you self-reflect? How? You look in a mirror and self-reflect? So would journaling be a way of reflecting? Writing your emotions? All right. Now, you're all young people. I'm known to love the things like the TikTok and the social media and the phones. If I were to check everybody in here, I know that everybody will have their phone on them, yeah? Or most of you will have a phone on you. Now, I'm going to leave you with this challenge. A lot of you said that you don't know when something is wrong with you. I'm going to leave you with this challenge. So, once you have a Google account, everybody also automatically has a YouTube account, yeah? Or a YouTube channel, yeah? Am I right or am I right? All right. So, I'm going to pose a challenge to you now, Zine? And today is the 10th of October. By the 20th of October, it's a 10-day challenge. What I want you to do, at the end of every day, I want you to record a 1-minute video. A 1-minute video talking about how your day went. If you want to go beyond that, that's fine. At least a 1-minute video talking about how your day went. What I want you to do after you've recorded that video, you're going to upload that to your YouTube channel. Alright, hold on. Before you start resist, I want you to hear me out. Alright, just hear me out. When you post to your YouTube channel, you can private the video so only you can see it. Yeah? So it's not for the world to see, it's just for you. So this is a 10-day challenge, right? You're not going to see me in 10 days, but you're going to know, right? So I want you to track it. So every day, so at the end of this day, at the end of today, and I'm talking to the teachers as well. The teachers will have 1 bag of classes to teach and 1 bag of papers to mark. Yeah? I want you to record at least a 1-minute video every day for 10 days talking about how you feel at the end of the day. What I want you to do at the end of the 10 days is to notice if anything is different, if there's a pattern, because you mentioned recognizing patterns. Is that a way of recognizing patterns? All right, yes. So what I want you to do, at the end of the 10 days, I want you to go through and watch all of those videos, right? You're going to go through and watch all of those videos, and I want you to recognize any difference between day 1 and day 10. Because remember, we said that we don't know when something is wrong. So I'm giving you a tool and a strategy to recognize if something is wrong. So not everybody is alright, but everybody likes watching videos, yeah? A lie? No, man, a lie? Everybody likes watching TikTok and reels and shorts, no sir? God say enough a lie, yeah? Alright, so we're wrapping up. So, 10-day challenge. Record the teachers, I said that teacher looking like she's not hearing me, but me look like she write it down. Alright. So I want you to record a 1-minute video for 10 days. And at the end of the 10 day, I want you to recognize if there's anything that is different in you in terms of your mental wellness, right? Because we're promoting mental wellness. And you can continue this beyond the 10 days if you'd like, all right? So thank you so much. I hope that you've learned something, and I hope that you'll hold yourself accountable to that 10-day challenge, all right? All right, thank you so much. And I do have a quick evaluation at the end that I'll give some persons, so please just help me to fill that out, all right? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Najani Stewart, not just an adjudicator here for the 2 debates, but also a presenter on behalf of the National Council on Drug Abuse. Thank you so much. Did you learn something? Yes. All right, it's been a great day, and we have now come to the final part of today's proceedings. I know some of you have a long drive, especially the winners of the debate. Where are you? I know you have an hour to get home. So, ladies and gentlemen, are we still streaming? Yes? Okay, all right. So for all of you who saw the debates earlier, thank you for staying with us. And congratulations to our winners, Happy Grove High School. Yes. The winners of the 2025 Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. Congratulations. I want to acknowledge the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, PS. How are you? Dean Roy Bernard, nice to see you. Representing the Minister of Culture. And also, PS, what a drive-in. What a beautiful highway. It was nice, right? I was just cruising. Yeah. Best parish. Are you from this parish? Really? Yeah, you look like you come from here. Welcome home. No matter where, I St. Thomas. All right, Morant Bay, massive. So this afternoon, we are here to celebrate our winners, but also to honor a legacy since the Morant Bay Rebellion, the Morant Bay War, a symbol of resilience and leadership. And today's theme, honoring 160 years of legacy, empowering future leaders, captures exactly what this competition is about. So now let's open our hearts as we begin this closing ceremony in reverence. Now, let us reflect on our ancestor, our national hero, Paul Bogle. He was a Jamaican Baptist deacon. It is said that he was the leader of the Stony Gut Native Baptist Church. Therefore, if you believe in the Lord, say amen. Amen. If you believe that we are blessed, say amen. Amen. If you give thanks for life, then say amen. Amen. All right. And now, beautiful. Thank you. And in recognition now of the life and work of national hero Paul Bogle, in 2023, the Governor General proclaimed October 11th, I think it was, as Paul Bogle Day. And today, on the eve of that day, and while we have you students with us, we want to become acquainted with the proclamation. So we encourage you to read it at home, tomorrow, at your church, in your communities. But read what? If you haven't heard it, I now invite some of our outstanding students, Jasmine Wright and Nicholas Tucker from Port Antonio High, Ramona Williams of Seaforth High and Raquel Sinclair, and Janice Walker from the Academy of Yallis High, and anybody else who has a proclamation in their hand, come forward. And we ask you, please, students, to read the proclamation.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. Whereas it is the desire of the people of Jamaica that those who have contributed to the development of the country, particularly in circumstances in which their commitment has culminated in death or impairment, be demonstrably recognized, memorialized, and celebrated. And whereas it is of great social, cultural, and political value that reports of the heroic acts of such person be preserved for sustained memories and enduring impacts on the life of those for whom this great sacrifice was made, including those not yet born. And whereas there are notable gaps in knowledge and memories of many such heroic acts consequent to the paucity of accurate information, and some instances, the deliberate, discriminatory, and prejudicial interpretations of his history, with his concomitant intent to vilify and diminish the contribution and noble intent of said person.
And whereas the government of Jamaica has taken legislative and political measures to restore the good name and heroic intent of many of our ancestors who were deemed criminal by colonial decree, but recently in many instances were declared heroes by the nation of Jamaica through an act of parliament, thereby setting aside those colonial vilifications and criminalizations, such act as absolved them of criminal defamations and as commended them for their valor, determination, resilience, and patriotic favor and willingness to give their lives for the common good. And whereas the Right Excellent Paul Bogle, national hero, was a man of notable acumen and character, displaying leadership and courage in the face of insurmountable odds, having no regards for the potential harm he would face for an entrenched, dehumanizing, and oppressive system. And whereas the Right Excellent Paul Bogle, deacon of the Stony Gut Baptist Church since 1864, who was conversant with the rights and dignities ascribed to all human beings, rejected the idea that one race should impose their rights and privileges over the other, but rather aspired to the credo that defines man in the image of a benevolent God, understanding thereby the higher calling of those who would cast their will in solidarity with their brothers and sisters.
And whereas the Right Excellent Paul Bogle possessed great character and willingly aligned his destiny with that of his brothers and sisters, not only in Stonygut, where he lived in the parish of St. Thomas, but with all the blacks across Jamaica, being aware of their struggles against the unfair system of injustice and oppression demonstrated in the passage of laws and regulations geared at retarding the progress of newly emancipated blacks, being conscious of the reasonable desire on the part of the black population for better social, livable, and working conditions. And whereas the Right Excellent Paul Bogle assumed a position of leadership among the peasantry of his community and parish and engaged them in a series of actions aimed at peaceful resolution of the situation by such means as representation, discussions, and, on one occasion, an arduous journey of 45 miles from Stonygut to Spanish Town to present the case of the poor blacks to then Governor Eyre, in the hope that the governor would grant them audience and by such deliberation transform their circumstances by the removal of the burdensome, inequitable poll tax. And whereas the Right Excellent Paul Bogle, having been denied audience with the governor, resolved to find other means to engage for better working and livable conditions, being aware of the entrenched nature of the forms of discrimination embedded in oppressive legislations and regulations and the concomitant social and economic injustices imposed, and being willing to align his destiny and personal fortune with them and for the common good of all black people across Jamaica.
And whereas the Right Excellent Paul Bogle, being convinced that an action that involved masses of people might present the credibility and force of their claim, convinced that such a mass protestation across the parish, including in front of Morant Bay Courthouse, may cause the authorities to respond more favorably, led to a march of hundreds of protesters armed with sticks and machetes from Stonygut to Morant Bay. Such actions resulted in incursions and skirmishes that erupted in the Morant Bay War of the 11th day of October 1865, during which the Morant Bay Courthouse was burned to the ground, and several of the black protesters, as well as of the authorities, killed, and for which Bogle was subsequently captured and hung on the 23rd day of October 1865.
And whereas it is deemed fitting for a day to be set aside to focus on the resilience, heroic stance, and achievement of the said Right Excellence Paul Bogle.
Thank you so much. And those students are all members of their respective schools debate society, so give them a round of applause again. Thank you for the proclamation. Next, we'll hear from a woman who helps to keep the parish's culture alive and thriving. The parish manager of the JCDC, St. Thomas, Pamela Rodney, JP, will now greet us.
Thank you. P.S. Denroy Bernard, coaches, teachers, judges, students, good afternoon. It is with great pride and appreciation that I stand before you today at the grand finals of the 5th staging of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition, representing you on behalf of the JCDC. Today, it is more than a celebration of intellect and eloquent public speaking. It is a testament to the enduring legacy of one of Jamaica's most courageous national hero, the Right Excellent Paul Bogle. A man of conviction, courage, and action. Paul Bogle marched for justice, not just for the people of St. Thomas, but for Jamaicans. His spirit of resistance, critical thought, and unwavering advocate lives on each one of you, our young warriors who rise today to debate and defend the pressing issues of our time. On behalf of the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission, I extend heartfelt congratulations to all our finalists, our coaches and supporters. The organizers, St. Thomas Renaissance Foundations, the sponsors, you have made this event possible. And your dedication is the scaffolding upon which greatness is built. Thank you for continuing to preserve and elevate the legacy of our heroes through youth engagement. This is what cultural developments look like. The nurturing of critical thinkers, civic leaders, and proud Jamaicans. As we move forward, let us remember that Paul Bogle did not act alone. He inspired movement. Today, I believe we are witnessing a new generation of warriors, armed not with cutlasses and placards, but with knowledge, reasoning, and passion. This competition is not just a platform for verbal sparring. It is a space for nation building. It is where minds are sharpened, civic consciousness is raised, and the baton of leadership is passed forward. In the heart of Morant Bay, where the echoes of 1865 still whispers from the courthouse wall, you are continuing the march, not with your feet, but with your words, your ideas, your courage. And so, in conclusion, the JCDC remains committed to unearth, nurturing, and showcasing talent across all spheres of culture and creative expression. You represent the power of youth voice. And we stand with you as you explore issues that shapes our society. And today, we're seeing our sponsors, especially the gentleman from the mental health, right? And yes, and so I was really impressed because I needed to see more students here today just to be a part of what he was saying. Because our younger generation, the resilience that Paul Bogle had, you need to have that resilience today. Because you are going to be the leaders of tomorrow. When we are old, you're going to be our leaders. And trust me, it is not easy. It is not like a spoon feed thing. There are going to be problems that you have to face. And so I'm happy, sir, that you were here. And so a debate is not merely about an argument. It is about truth-seeking, empathy, and the ability to listen just as fiercely as you speak. So, we want to say today, we want to look forward to next year to have more school, more people participating. You yourself, we want to see you back next year, as we create a more impact for change in Jamaica. So thank you, and as I said, I look forward to see you next year in the Paul Bogle Debates and Warriors Competition.
Thank you, Lady Rodney. And don't worry, we are streaming live on the PBCJ and the Ministry of Culture's Facebook page. So if the children are not here, then they are here virtually. And that's where the world is now. So billions can tune in post the event. So we're happy about that. Thank you again. And big up the JCDC, always doing great things. Yes, that's for sure. Talent is everywhere. And most of the talent today is in St. Thomas. So I'm going to invite now Beyonce Kenyon, a talented student from Robert Lightbourne High, to come and reflect on the strength of those who came before us through a cultural tribute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Beyonce, the real Beyonce.
War! War down a Monkland! War down a Marabia! War down a Chigafoot! The Queen never know! War! 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 Every war! Soldiers from Newcastle, come down a Monkland with guns and swords for kills in a way. War! War! So war with me now. War! 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 Every war! War!
I'ma just catch it, you know. Why? I think she'll go on and on. That was quick. I wanted more. I'm like, she got a story to tell. Oh, yeah? Well done, Beyonce. Thank you so much. Why? Wow. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to hear reflections and remarks from the amazing team that keeps this debate alive every year. So for an overview of the competition, the lady who got me to drive from Kingston to Morant Bay today, alongside Jermaine Barrett, and trust me, she got me here. And it's not everybody can get me everywhere. She's a hard-working, determined woman. Shelly Ann Thompson, my boss, the debate coordinator. Yes, lady in red and black.
Thank you so much, Empress, our hostess with the mostess. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. What a joy it is to stand here today. We are at the finals of the 2025 Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate. And I hope that you're just as elated as I am that for the 5th year, 5 consecutive years, we have been able to host this competition in our parish. Not a lot of competition survived that time frame, and we're indeed happy that we have reached this milestone. In true education style, we are graduate this year. Right? We reached grade 11. 5th form, upper 6 next year. Or lower 6, pardon, I just dated myself. So lower 6 next year, that's right. So when I think about how far we have come, I can't help but smile and truthfully get a little emotional, because this competition, for a number of persons may be unaware, was birthed during COVID-19. We started in 2021, back then with 2 schools. Just brave students, a few in mask, and we were sitting apart, and it was a half-empty room because of the restrictions of social distancing. So that was October in 2021. We didn't have a crowd, but we had the conviction that the belief in our youth of St. Thomas that they had something to say and that their voices, more than anything else, the voices of the young people in the parish deserve to be heard. I don't want to call any names, but the voices of the young people in St. Thomas deserve to be heard. And so we were really led by that conviction. So from 2 schools to 10 schools, from a small, cautious gathering to a movement that unites a parish, inspires a nation, and I will explain later why I'm saying inspires a nation, and continues to shape young minds and leaders. This competition is conceptualized and staged by the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation. And at this time, I will ask my partners in joy, the members of the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation to stand. Yes, I'm calling you all out. Travis Smith, who travels every week from Kingston to ensure that this competition is executed. Mr. Hilbert Robinson, who flew in to the country to be here with you all. And of course, the hard-working Kimberly Cummins, taking a leaf out of her very hard-working daddy, who was a giver of this parish. And I just want to commend you, all my teammates, under the visionary leadership of our president. Thank you, my teammates, you may be seated. Under the visionary leadership of our president, Professor Malton D. Edwards, we are a team of dedicated and passionate citizens of St. Thomas. We are all volunteers. When you see us here, we take time off our jobs so we can do this. That is how passionate we are about our parish and the future development of our young people. We are bold. Our president says that all the time. That is the charge that we get from Professor Edwards. We need to be bold for us to take St. Thomas into and beyond the 21st century and to be that parish that is looked on globally for positiveness. We have to be bold. We are dreamers, but not only dreamers, we are also doers. So now, for that reason, this competition is deeply rooted in purpose. The Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition is not just another debating event. We strategically work to ensure that this competition is unique. And when I say we are bold and we are doers, we are first. This competition is the only competition of its kind in Jamaica. Yes. There is no other competition nationally that is parish-based, that is driven by an NGO that focuses on the development of our young people. And also, this competition is unique because it's the only competition that focuses on the historical, the social and political issues that are so relevant to today's society. And as you can see, for this year's competition, we incorporated themes such as mental health, because that is very topical. That is very topical today, but the truth is, Paul Bogle and the Warriors had mental health issues too, because of the struggles that they endured. We also incorporated topics coming out of the national general elections debates on education, because we want you, the young people, to research and study what is critical to you. Do you want free education? But if you want free education, how will that be funded? And we want you to start having that mindset of thinking like a world changer. What we say all the time is, in this debate, we are training you to become world changers. Right. So the objectives are clear. We want to build critical thinkers, effective communicators, and socially aware citizens to strengthen literacy and confidence among our youth, and to give St. Thomas a platform where our young minds can shine unapologetically. We make no marks about that. Unapologetically. And what an impact for the 5 years. Since this competition began, we have seen tangible transformation. Our partner schools have reported improved CSEC results. Yes, a number of the schools that participate in this competition, they have seen significant increases in the CSEC results, particularly among the lower school students sitting CSEC exams at grade 7, grade 8, and grade 9. Teachers tell us that they now use the PEAL system. Jermaine, help me out. Right, so they use the PEAL system, the point, explanation, example, and link. They use the PEAL system, which we teach the students to use to craft their debate speeches, to write their essays and summaries for CSEC. Our debaters have also gone on to achieve remarkable success. Some have become youth mayors. Some have represented St. Thomas at the National Youth Parliament at Garden House, PS Bernard. And many are now at university, growing in confidence and self-awareness. The list of success, very long. But perhaps one of our most exciting milestones has been the global exposure that we provide to the top debaters of this competition. So far, not one, not two, but how many students have gotten visa? No. 6 students. So far, we have fully funded 6 students to participate in an international debate and cultural exchange in the United States. In 2023, 3 students went on an educational tour of high schools and colleges in South Carolina. And this year, 2025, 3 students again participated in the Blue Bonnet tournament in Texas. Round of applause. Remember, we're doers. There, while they were in Texas, they interacted with more than 100 students from schools across the United States and Italy. A few of our students were commenting during that tournament that they were so happy that they were afforded this opportunity to interact with a wide cross-section of young people, same age group, but from different race, from different ethnic background, and also from other countries. While in Texas, they also met with the Jamaican diaspora. Thanks to Honorary Counsel in Texas, K. Omari Fullerton, as well as Erwin Stewart, they toured NASA. So we took our pickadees from St. Thomas to NASA. And if that never sweet enough, they were like, "Miss, you can't come here for just nothing so." Guess what? They won 2 of their matches. They debated against students from across the United States, and as I said before, from Italy, and they won 2 of their matches. One of our speakers was also named the top international debater during that Blue Bonnet tournament in Texas. That is the spirit of St. Thomas. That is the spirit of Paul Bogle. And now, to our partners and sponsors, we thank you. I must say thank you to the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, who allow us to do this competition annually. We were one of the groups that actually wrote to the Governor General for the proclamation of Paul Bogle Day. And thankfully, to the Ministry of Culture, they did not run us. They said, yes, this is necessary for your parish. So thank you to the Culture Ministry. To the Ministry of Education, Youth, Skills and Information, we say thank you for your support. It's invaluable as we try to partner with the ministry, but also with Region 2, so we can get our schools on board for the competition. And then to our partners, the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment, Jade. Earlier, Empress said that they're one-off in this region, but every time when I say this, Mr. Barrett is so humble. They are the best globally. Mr. Barrett may look simple. This is a gentleman who has graced stages in Asia, in African countries, in Latin America, within the Caribbean. He has trained government officials. He has adjudicated the Jamaica Civil Service Association debate competition. He has adjudicated the Jamaica employees, government employees debate, public sector, thank you. He adjudicates the public sector competition. And if that wasn't enough outside of traveling abroad, this is the gentleman that we have brought St. Thomas to adjudicate our matches, was one of the commentators for the general elections debates. So when I say we are doers, I mean we are bringing the best to St. Thomas, because we are creating world changers. So we are giving you the best. So, as we look ahead, some things will not change. Some things will not change about this competition. The grand finals will always be October 11, Paul Bogle Day. It is important that that is riveted and ingrained within the minds of our young people. We have to celebrate who we are. And the only reason we're not having this tomorrow is because we don't want the students to be out on the road on a Saturday. So once Paul Bogle Day is on a weekday, the grand finals will be on October 11. So set your calendar for the next 50 years, because we're not going nowhere, that on October 11, you are watching, or you're in St. Thomas for the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. Another thing that we will not change about this competition is the global exposure. We will continue to fight, and may I dare say, beg our sponsors to ensure that our children of St. Thomas get the passport, get the visa, and is on an American Airlines plane going to America, or we have been invited to Italy, or another country to participate in an international global tournament. That won't change. Our young people need the exposure. Right. But we're also listening, and we have heard from the teachers, and we know that more needs to be done to improve on the debates. So come 2026, we will be incorporating a reading, literacy, comprehension, and debate intervention program within the school. So we're going lower sixth form next year, right, Mrs. Simpson? So we have to step up pathway 1 or pathway 2. So we're going with the pathway of debate intervention within our schools come January 2026. So while they read the statistics about approximately 18% of our sitting cohort passing 5 or more subjects, we want to change the narrative about the students from St. Thomas. We want to ensure that the students of St. Thomas are above the average, the national average, when it comes to passes in English as well as math, because we also have the Math Honors College at the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation. So we'll go into schools, we'll train the students, we'll host interform debates, and we will help them to strengthen the foundation of communication. They talk about communication is a soft skill, but the truth is it's a necessary skill. No matter how bright you are, you could have 50 C-Sex subjects, you could have a PhD. If you do not know how to communicate and represent yourself, you're there at the back of the line. So our first school under this initiative will be Paul Bogle High School. And how fitting, because we're the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. Right? So from January to May, we'll work closely with the teachers and students and our partner, can't leave out our partner, Jade, to continue to build that legacy at the school. So my friends, This competition began as a spark of hope during the global crisis. And today, it stands as a beacon of what's possible when a community believes in the youth. We're not just staging debates. We are very deliberate and intentional. We're raising a generation of thinkers, leaders, and patriots. We are writing the next chapter of the St. Thomas Renaissance, and we're just getting started. Okay? So to every student, teacher, adjudicator, sponsors who made this 5-year journey so worthwhile, I thank you, thank you, thank you.
And we thank you, not just for your work in organizing the debate, but it's her passion. This is her legacy. And, you know, I can really see it growing in the next 5 to 10 years, where we have people flying in from all across the world to join us here. Right, more flying in, I should say. All right, so thank you again. That's Shelly Ann Thompson, of course, our debate coordinator. And now from the Renaissance Foundation of St. Thomas, we'd like to hear from Mrs. Althea Simpson, representing Professor Malton D. Edwards, the president. All right, yes, as she makes her way. She's right about Jermaine, you know. You can see him on CBM, on TVJ, and all the channels, but I'm going to brag that I was the first one to put him on TV. So I'm gonna go to my grave with that fact, okay? Talk up youth. Now I'm turned big man. I lead debates across the world. Come forward, I was just stalling for you. All right, Mrs. Althea Simpson from the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation.
Thank you, Madam Empress Golden. And I'll just stand on the protocols that would have been already observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The voice delivering this address is, of course, mine, Althea Simpson. However, I invite you to imagine that you are listening to Professor Malton Edwards. Message from the President. On the occasion of the 5th staging of Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition, October 10, 2025, Morant Bay, St. Thomas. To all our honored guests, students, teachers, to Tarrant High from St. Andrew, Port Antonio and Happy Grove schools from Portland, to our esteemed sponsors and donors, friends of St. Thomas, fellow St. Thomians at home and abroad on the eve of Paul Bogle Day, and in recognition of the 160th anniversary of the 1865 Morant Bay War, and in partnership with the Jamaica Association for Debating and Empowerment, JADE, and on behalf of the very committed men and women of the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation, welcome to the 5th staging of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. An Italian professor, or rather philosopher, once said, "There is nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in its success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things." The global community has arrived at an unprecedented crossroads, fraught with challenges for our young people who have been told that rather than face life's challenges with grit and tenacity, they should absolve themselves of the will to try by invoking talk of taking a mental health break, thereby making it hard to recognize and treat those who have real mental health issues. Technology has advanced at an unprecedented stage. Social media and artificial intelligence are now creating opportunities that could not have been imagined a few years ago. We are seeing resulting growth in even the most remote of global economies. Yet, sadly, despite the rapid growth that is taking place, many of our people are socially and economically marginalized due to the legacy of slavery. But what we cannot and must not do is throw up our hands in surrender. We have come to a point where your leadership, our leadership, is not only necessary, but needed. We have to take the lead in this new order of things. Paul Bogle took the lead in a new order of things, and we are beneficiaries of the ultimate price he paid. You were built for a moment like this. The St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation was built for a moment like this. And together, we can take on the challenges. Sadly, however, there are those today, as in Paul Bogle's time, who are enemies of progress. Yes, those whose intent is to decapitate the gains we are making. But know this, in your belligerence, we reaffirm our commitment to the ideals of our fallen heroes. And in your apathy, our young people find motivation and hope for the future. Simply put, they will not allow you to hold them back. Yet, we are of one flock, unique in our existence. So, when the dust settles and the laughter subsides, when the silence is the only sound you hear, in that still and quiet moment, know that you are different. Know that you are special. Know that you are Centomian. Strong, proud, free. Finally, on August 15, 2026, the Friends of St. Thomas and Centomians at home and across the diaspora will converge on Kingston for the 2026 Renaissance Gala. The foundation will celebrate a decade of impact and highlight the accomplishments of Centomians in business, education, medicine, politics, music, and sports. We hope you join us then. Thank you to all our teachers. Congratulations to all our schools and to all our sponsors and donors. Thank you. And please know that you are making a difference. Moulton D. Edwards, President, on behalf of the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation.
Thank you. It's the first I'm hearing of the St. Thomians. St. Tomians. All right, we're getting ready to hear from our PS, and right before he graces the stage on behalf of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport, we'd like to set the tone with Seaforth High performing 96 Degrees. Seaforth. Come on, cheer them on. Again, as they make their way, I want to thank our sponsors. First, Heritage Cooperative Credit Union, FHC, the PBCJ, Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica, as well, Derium Trading, Refresh Water, Sampar Supermarket, and more. Over to you, Seaforth High.
Degrees in the shade, 10,000 soldiers on parade, taking eye to meet a big fat boy. Sent from Bogle see the Queen Employ. Excellency, before you I come with my representation. You know where I'm coming from.
Well done. Give them a round of applause. All righty, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a historic day. And I now invite our permanent secretary, Dean Roy Bernard, to bring greetings on behalf of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport and the Minister, the Honorable Olivia Babsy-Grange.
Thank you, Empress. And I would tell you that many years ago, you had a namesake on your Talk of Youth. You probably don't remember, but there's a young Dean Roy Bernard who was on Talk of Youth with you. So it's not only German. But it is good to be home. It is good to be home in my parish, St. Thomas, where I didn't come this side to school. I went to school in Kingston at Camperdown, but I went to the Yallas Primary School, where I spent my time 5 years then. We got to do common entrance early, so I was one of the fortunate ones to leave early to school in Kingston. But even whilst I was in Kingston, I lived in St. Thomas and continued to associate. My mother is still in St. Thomas, and I'm going to my barber in Yallas when I finish. So you see my hair growing? I'm going to my barber in Yallas, right out in the square, out by Hopeton, to get my hair cut. And yes, and Hopeton was my classmate from primary school. All right, so I learned a new name, St. Thomians. St. Thomias. Okay, I learned that today. I didn't know that I was that, but I learned that today. Thank you very much, Empress, and continue. Every time I come to these cultural events, I see Empress large and in charge. You know, so she's a cultural icon. I'm asking you to give her a round of applause. Give her a round of applause for the work that she continues to do. And not only does she work, she gets her other half to work. And he's a council member on our reparations council in our ministry. So the Goldings are working, all right? So give them another round of applause. They are working. Before me, I want to recognize Jermaine again, and believe me, I was one of them who can give testimony to the fact that he handled himself very well during the elections, you know, giving what I believe was well-reasoned commentary and opinions that we could reflect on. Thank you, Jermaine, again for your work in governance, because I am saying to you that everything that Paul Bogle was fighting for was about better governance. And so when we participate in better governance of our country to make our democracy strong, right, that is something to be lauded. Thank you, Jermaine, for that and for what you have been doing in terms of empowering debaters and creating world changers. I love that, right? Creating world changers. What the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport would want me to tell you is that students, especially debaters, that what you are doing in honoring and recognizing the life of Paul Bogle, it is not just a game and having fun and having debates and arguments. It is about inculcating, commemorating activism for social justice, for freedom, for development. And I am saying that this, yeah, Jermaine was clapping, so you clap with him. Clap with Jermaine. That is what Paul Bogle, and there are many unsung and unnamed heroes that were with him. Because had it not been for a team that was with him, Paul Bogle could not succeed. Now he led, but behind every leader there must be a team. And so we want to recognize the many who gave their lives for what we have today. Things like social justice, empowerment, do not come by mere chance. There are people who have been deliberate in our country. Our heroes were deliberate in bringing about what we enjoy and sometimes take for granted. Even our very opportunity students to vote. There are times in this country when you have to add certain things to vote. You have to have land, and you have to have a certain class to vote. You have to have a certain education to vote. And now today, all you have to do, what you have to do to vote in Jamaica now? Huh? Just to turn 18, one, and register to vote, right? And then you go to the polling station and vote. So, and that is a big thing. That is a big thing because there are persons who fought and struggled for that. So today, as the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Culture representing Olivia Grange, who I know, it doesn't matter the gathering, once we are touching on cultural and commemorative events, this dynamic minister wants to associate. And so she said to me last night, P.S., and she came to me in a sheepish kind of voice. You know, P.S., come here, P.S. I want to ask you something. She said, can you go out to Morant Bay and represent me tomorrow? And she indicated why she couldn't go. So she just did not come. It was a reason she gave why she was not able to be here. And I said to her, Minister, I looked at your calendar from Monday because the minister shares her calendar with the permanent secretary. And I do the same with her. And so I know that she was scheduled to be here today. And I said to her, Minister, I kind of feel that I was going to be the one to go, you know, because you know that I'm from the parish and I identify with St. Thomas. And I identify too with Paul Bogle. And I will tell you that, and youngsters today, I'm telling you that you can use Paul Bogle as an asset as you travel throughout the world. You know, when I went to school and in Kingston and personally didn't understand St. Thomas because they associate with St. Thomas with a thing called Obia. You know that, right? You know that they associate St. Thomas with Obia, right? And they associate St. Thomas with backwardness at that time. And I tell them that the St. Thomas persons, all of them, they have the blood of Paul Bogle in them. If you look at this parish, it's a parish of resilient people. It's a parish of persons who are not yes men. These are people who are going to challenge the status quo and make changes and create changes wherever they are. And so the charge to the students, the participants today on this day, just before we commemorate Paul Bogle Day tomorrow, is that wherever you go, light your world and make that change. What did Bogle do? 160 years ago tomorrow. 160 years ago tomorrow, on the 11th day of October, Paul Bogle had a long and arduous struggle for better living, for better working conditions for the disenfranchised black masses. Students, I like the settings because your young, impressionable minds, I am capturing it today. We are living in a world today where there are attempts to erase and reverse the results of the struggles of people like Paul Bogle. Let that sink in, because your world is not going to be the world that we have today unless you are deliberate. You must be deliberate and resilient about loving yourselves. Love the color of your skin. Love your hair. Love your heritage. Love your ancestors. Learn about your ancestors. Learn about their struggles. Right? Right? What did Marcus Garvey say about roots? Can anybody tell me what Marcus Garvey say about roots? Huh? A people without the knowledge of their history is like trees without roots. Thank you. Just imagine a tree without roots. Can you imagine it? What a tree without roots look like? Dead. It's a dead tree. Dead tree. And so you use that and make board and you chop it up and do all kind of things. Right? But when you have roots, you are growing. You are blossoming. Right? And you are creating seeds so that others can flourish. You are creating changes in your world. So that was Paul Bogle. There were skirmishes. There was a status quo that existed at the time. Right? The people at the time, just 28 years before, just imagine, if you can throw your minds back to the time, they had just come through, what had happened 28 years before? 1865. Emancipation. Right? Good? You had the abolition of slavery in 1834. Right? And then there were 4 years of apprenticeship, and then the Emancipation Act took effect in 1838. Are we together? Right? And the people on Emancipation Day, it was a moment for them of jubilation. And many of them chose to flee the plantation and set up free villages. The black man, the slaves at the time, were about land access, land ownership, right? Because that was at the time, and even now, the catalyst towards real economic wealth. But Paul Bogle and his friends at the time, they lived by the mantra that even though Paul Bogle was a deacon, you know, a deacon in the Baptist church at that time was a big thing, to be a deacon, and Paul Bogle had an advantage. And the advantage was that he could read. You know, there was another slave in 1831 who had an advantage who could read. You know that slave? What's the name of that slave? What's the name of, anybody can tell me about the Christmas Rebellion in 1831? Sam Sharp, right? So what it is telling you, and I heard the readers reading the proclamation, and I'm thankful, and I want to again congratulate the minister. The minister heard your cry, right? And I was one of them who sat at the feet of the Governor General last year to ensure that proclamation was delivered. And I took it to St. Thomas to make sure that it was in the parish. And so it is good that we have it, right? So reading is important. Learn how to read. And I'm asking our young students to read widely. I know your TikTok and your, what's the other one? Instagram and all the things. Read books, read widely, and read about your past and your history so that you are grounded. The groundwork was set for entrepreneurial posture, right? The prosperity of the people was the mantra of Paul Bogle. Like them, today, I am calling upon us, especially our students, our young minds, to carve out spaces in the world as Jamaicans do. Build postures of excellence. Create innovative products. Jamaica has a reputation around the world for creativity. And Miss Lou would say that everywhere a Jamaican there is what? Huh? Everywhere a Jamaican there is Jamaica. That's what she said, you know. Because the truth of the matter is that wherever we go, people love and admire our culture so much. They want to be like us. And so we are examples to the world, and we want to continue to do that. We must etch our name among the most dynamic brands of the world. We have a culture, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, students all, that we can be proud of. And when they do the ranking, they recognize that one of the greatest impactful culture on the entire world is the Jamaican culture. Our music, our food, our lifestyle, our language. right? If you speak Jamaican anywhere in the world, German, I hear that German go all over the place, right? And Empress I know travel the world as well. They will tell you that wherever we go, as we open our mouth, people want to hear us again. They say it again now, right? We were in France. We were in France, in Paris. And we were on the steps of one of those churches. I can't remember the name of the church. One of those famous churches in Paris. And the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Education now, Dr. Troop, and I, and 2 more persons were there. And we decided at the time that we were going to do the pose. You know the To the World pose, right? The To the World pose, right? And we decided that we were going to ask someone to take our photos while we were doing the pose, Empress. And as we did the pose, the photo was taken. And then when we went and looked at the photo afterwards, we realized that everybody behind us was doing it, right? Because the great icon Usain Bolt did it and continued to do it and made it a part of his brand. And now it's a part of our brand to the world. To the world. So we salute Paul Bogle and all the men and women who fought alongside him in the final war for freedom. It was war. You heard the presentation, it was so good. War, war, war. But it was war for a cause. And students never resile from fighting for a cause. You hear me? Stand up for a cause, because that is how societies are changed for the better. It was a war that led to a new beginning for the political realities in Jamaica. New governments were formed out of the war. So it was not just a war. Paul Bogle didn't just hang, was not just hang on a gallows. Right? And it was not just that, that was not the end of it. Right? There was a governor in Jamaica who had to face the consequences because of what was done to Paul Bogle. Accountability took place. Right? And it was a catalyst for the labor movement in 1938, where the riots took place with the trade unions who did not accept the conditions at the time. So Paul Bogle's movement was a catalyst for many things that took place. Universal adult suffrage came in 1944, as I said before. And universal adult suffrage, I remember the first time I heard that name, Jermaine. Right? I wonder why I was adult suffering. Right? As a youngster. But all it meant is that the right to vote came to the people. We pause today to recognize Paul Bogle and the warriors as among modern foundations of the stability of freedoms that we experience today. And we acknowledge with gratitude and pride the determination and commitment to transform the country that has become our new home. We lost the original home. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are Africans. You hear me, people? There are people who say, oh, I'm not African, I'm Jamaican. We are Africans. Yesterday we had a meeting with the Nigerians. And it was so interesting how many things we share. Even our very language, much of the words that we use are Nigerian words. Our food, our culture, we are Africans. That is where our roots are. Our foundation is. Right? Don't forget that you are Africans. Right? Good. We lost our home. We lost our language, our culture. But we are trying right now to repair it. And I'm telling you that there's a discussion yesterday, Empress, about a voyage that is being planned that is going to just a ship, a voyage that will take 21 days, that many will be able to go to the coast of Africa and tour the coast of Africa and return to Jamaica. I would love to be on it. I pray that it happens. But the discussion started yesterday because that would be beautiful. How good it could be if we could do just about 4 or 5 of those per year. Right? And then we are trying to ensure that we have direct flights between Jamaica and Africa. so that our people identify themselves with their roots and they build better confidence in themselves. Right? And reparations is a big thing. Reparations is a big thing. Because as I said to you, there have been those who have done us harm. There are those who have done us harm. It is the only race that has gone through chattel slavery as we have gone through. And it has left its mark on the people of our race. This word called colonialism, it's not a good word. We speak about it, but it's not a good word. To take somebody's culture away, to take their names, their origins away, it's not a good thing. And therefore we who are here today have to be deliberate about repairing it. Today let us pledge, like Paul Bogle, that none shall be left behind. So as we move forward, recognizing the work that Paul Bogle has done, I am asking you students especially to be your brother's keeper. Be your brother's keeper. If you are advancing, take someone with you. It's about equity, right? Let us live together and make Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. Let us come together as a people and chant songs that we create here from our world-renowned reggae music. Reggae is Jamaica. There are people who are trying to steal it. I was in Japan just a month ago, and reggae take over Japan, Empress. Reggae run Japan, right? Right? So we must harness what we have. And that is why our new culture policy, I'm so proud of the culture policy, Empress, that is driving creativity and culture in Jamaica. And I know that once we roll that out and implement all the good things that we have for Jamaicans in that policy, we are going to be even more resilient as cultural people across the world. Our world-renowned reggae music is something that we use to celebrate Paul Bogle for his role in building this Jamaica land we love. And I'm going to close with the words of Black Uhuru. Black Uhuru says, everybody wants the same thing, don't they? Everybody wants a happy end. They want to see the game on Saturday and maybe even Sunday. They want to be somebody's friend. Everybody want to work for a living. They want to keep their children warm. Everybody wants to be forgiven. They want a shelter from the storm. Look at me. I ain't your enemy. I'm your brother. We walk on common ground. We don't need to fight one another. What we need, solidarity. That was a song, and you can go to YouTube and you can put in that song, Black Uhuru Solidarity, and listen to the lyrics, listen to the music. It's a beautiful song. But the message is that, as Paul Bogle did, walk together. He walked far. He walked far. If somebody tells you to walk from here to Spanish Town now, what would you tell them? You say hell no, don't it? Huh? You would say hell no, but they walked. They walked. They walked. They didn't drive. You will walk. All right. Because they walked for a cause. They walked for their people. And so today we walk. Today we work. Today we strive to make Jamaica a better place in honor of Paul Bogle. So go forward, students. Thank you again, Jermaine. Thank you for Renaissance Group, right, for Jade. All of you have been doing such a marvelous job in keeping our culture alive. We thank you on behalf of the minister and on behalf of the ministry. Thank you very much. Happy Paul Bogle Day tomorrow.
Thank you, PS, Dean Roy Bernard. And we also want to thank the minister, the Honorable Olivia Babsy Grange as well. So, wow, what a day. I'm so happy that I could have spent it with you. I am officially closing off my part of the proceedings. And thank you for allowing me to host the debates. Thank you for allowing me to also host this official closing ceremony. I am grateful. I've learned a lot, and I'm excited about the future, because when I heard from you, young and articulate, well-thinking Jamaicans, I know, P.S., that we're not just going to live, work, raise families, and do business. We are going to dead here so in peace, in a paradise, because of them. So thank you again to FHC, the PBCJ, Royal Computers and Accessories, the National Council on Drug Abuse, Nzuri Sana Productions, Double Scoops Restaurant and Ice Cream Parlor. The food was good. Beauty Matters Salon, all partners, especially the Jamaican Association of Debating and Empowerment Limited's Jade, Derrymont Trading, Refresh Water and Sampers Supermarket. All the teachers, thank you so much. Students, the media, JIS is also here. Thank you so much for spreading the good news. Hopefully we'll get some of those pictures later so we can share with our friends. The hardworking and sacrificial team of the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation, thank you. To the sound team, thank you. Every single person who made this competition a success, well done. And now I hand over to Shelly Ann Thompson, our debate coordinator. It's a moment of celebration, and she will lead that as we honor our students for their courage, their preparation, and their excellence. So it's time for certificates, medals, scholarships, and trophies. It's time to recognize the top achievers of this year's debate. And now, welcome our host, Shelly Ann Thompson.
Thank you so much, Empress. As I said earlier, that we always try to bring the best to our parish to showcase to our young people what and who they can strive to be. So now, without much further ado, may we have all the students in the room, please, as we gather to celebrate each other. All the students in the room, please. P.S. Bernard, one of the hallmark of this competition is that no one walks away a loser. Every participant, once they sign up to participate in this debate competition, whether they're a reserve or they're a speaker, they get a prize. And to assist me with the presentation will be Director at the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation, Mr. Travis Smith. Okay, let's go. Are you ready? Yes. Are you ready for your prizes? Yes. Una have una passports? Yes. Love it. All right, let's make welcome to the stage Daniel Williams, Raquel Sinclair, Daniel Aaron, Jaheem McDonald, and Janice Walker. Let's go, let's go. And may we also have Ajani Tugwell, Dulani Fisher, Raquel McClark, Kay Ali Brown, and Javier Wong. Please. Up next, from the school that has the name of our parish, please make welcome to the debating class for St. Thomas Technical High School, Dina Porter, Cherise Day, Rihanna Douglas, Riche Brissett, and Shalise Johnson. Yeah. No, not yet. Keep the applause going, please. Yes. And now we invite to the platform Miss Pamela Rodney, Parish Manager for JCDC, to assist with the presentations. All right, students, let's keep it going, The class of Tarrant High School, Alika Payne, Shania Clark, Rikelia Davis, Malik Bailey, and Ophelia Bartlett. Let's go. And at this moment, I say thank you to the new entrants of the competition this year. We extended an invitation to a few schools, and Tarrant High School and Port Antonio High School accepted that invitation. And so they were able to participate. Port Antonio High School, you are next. Jasmine Wright, Nicholas Tucker, Abdullah Williams, Ryan Myers. Let's go, students, let's go. Seaforth High School, you're next. Marika Miller, Tiffany Sarchwell, and Carletta Mendez. Let's keep it going. Okay, let's keep it going. And also, to the Purple Pride of the East, we welcome Robert Lightburn High School, Shaquela Gardner, Dylan Davis, Nikuma Beckford, Beyonce Kenyon, and Jordan Francis. Najani Stewart, representing the National Council for Drug Abuse, could you please assist us making the presentation? Okay, Janice Walker. As I call a name, can you please come forward? Ajani Tugwell. Ajani Tugwell. Dylan Davis. Yes. Ophelia Bartlett. Ophelia Bartlett. Please, as I call your name, can you please come to the front, please? Yeah. Dina Porter. We're not finishing. Yeah, no, not yet. Nikuma Beckford. Yes. On that side. All right, thank you, Najani. Daniel Williams. Raquel Sinclair. Yeah. Raquel Sinclair, Shaquela Gordon, Shania Clark, Shania, Malik Bailey, Tiffany Sarchwell, Jaheim McDonald, Chanel Richards, Deschanel? Abdullah Williams? Nicholas Toko? Riche Brissett? Beyonce? Beyonce? Malik? Johnson? Not here. Okay, Sharice Day? Malik? You're Malik? Okay. Sharice? All right, come on this side, dear. Ryan Myers? Jasmine Wright? Rihanna Douglas? Rikaylee Davis? Sanjay Vaz? Deschanel Richards? Deschanel? Okay, let's keep it moving. Jordan Francis? Shante Hall, is that a teacher? Shante, is that a teacher? Not yet, thank you. Christia Stewart, that's a teacher as well? Christia Stewart? Okay, Riquelme Clark. Marie Camilo. And we have Deschanel Richards. Okay. Rihanna Douglas. Jordan Francis. Got it already? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, thank you, Travis. Thank you, Miss Rodney. Please do not go too far, though. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition, class of 2025. And I'm going to exit the stage so we can get some good photographs. Can you all please come center stage? And now to the hard-working educators who work tirelessly with our students. I would love for you to applause when I call their name. Miss Elaine Bryan, Miss Shante All, Travis, Shante is not here. Mrs. Arlene Crawford, Mr. Javon Pinnock, Shante Freeburn, Shante Freeburn, not here. Not here. Mr. Dexter F's. Mrs. Davina Sigree Flemings. Mr. Terrence Strawn. Wait. Miss Roxanne Williams. Mrs. Marsha Buchanan Allen. Mrs. Andrea Aldred Pinnock. Please to applause our educators. Mrs. Althea Simpson. Sanjay Vaz. Not here. Dacia Osborne. Ryan Myers. Thank you so much. So, a round of applause again for our educators. And now I invite Mr. Najani Stewart from NCDA to the stage as we make the presentation to the best debaters in the competition. So for our best debaters, those who put in an extra effort, please help me and welcome to the platform, Marika Miller, Danielle Williams, Nicholas Tucker, Delani Fisher, Delan Davis, Tiffany Searchwell, Raquel Sinclair, Raquel McClark, Javier Wong, Alike Payne, ladies and gentlemen, teachers, members of the public, please, our best debaters for the 2025 Paul Bogle and the Warriors competition. I now invite back to the platform Miss Pamela Rodney, representing JCDC, to present the award to the third place winners of the debate, Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. First time entrance to this competition, and they walk away as third place winners. May I have the Tarrant High School team on the platform? Woo! Representing the parish of St. Andrew, Tarrant High School. And they are Alika Payne, Shania Clark, Raquel Davis, Malik Bailey, and Ophelia Bartlett.
Guys, pay attention to what she says. These are third place trophies.
I don't get a single trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, the third place winners of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition, Tarrant High School. And I guess you know what that means. Purple Pride of the East, Robert Lightburn High School, please stand by. Photographers, may we have a group photo, please, of the third place winners? Miss Elaine, no, Mrs. Coombs Thomas. Mrs. Coombs Thomas. Robert Lightburn High School, second place winners. Let's welcome to the stage and at this moment I will ask Mr. Hilbert Robinson, also a director and my boss at the Renaissance Foundation, the director of the Monument Committee under which this competition falls, to come to the stage to present the second place trophy to Robert Lightburn High School. Team comprised of Shaquela Gordon, Delan Davis, Nikuma Beckford, Beyonce Kenyon, and Jordan Francis. Miss Roxanne Williams and Mrs. Althea Simpson, can you please join the team on the platform? Oh, guys, I just realized you're not getting the...
No, we do one at a time.
Come off the corner, please. We won't bite. Okay. Okay, so group photo, please, come across. Can you come over somewhere, please, so we can get our partners and sponsors as well?
I'll do what you want me to do.
Thank you so much to Robert Lightburn High School. And now I'd like to invite to the stage the following students: Delan Davis, Alika Payne, Marie Camillo, Danielle Williams, Tiffany Searchwell, and Malik Bailey. If I have to call you twice, you may lose your prize. Delan Davis, Alika Payne, are you all here? Marie Camillo. Okay, so step forward, Delan Davis. Please stand in the order in which I call your name. Delan Davis, Alika Payne, Marie Camillo, Danielle Williams. Okay, thank you. Tiffany Searchwell. Malik Bailey. Someone is. Nikuma Beckford. No, come. I want you with the banners. I want you with the banners to come across. So we have Delan Davis, Alika Payne, Marie Camillo, Danielle Williams, Tiffany Searchwell, Malik Bailey, Nikuma Beckford. Ladies and gentlemen, and may I have on the platform the members from the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation: Kimberly Cummins, Ilbert Robinson, and Travis Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, educators, those watching online, I present to you the top 7 debaters of the Paul Bogle, the 2025 Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition. I would like the members of the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation on the platform, please. Either side, yes. The top 7 debaters of the 2025 Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition. Delaney Fisher, Tiffany Searchwell, and Malik Bailey are the recipients of the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation Scholarship, C6 Scholarship. Let me go again in case you didn't hear. Delaney Fisher, Tiffany Searchwell. Malik Bailey. No, I would like to the front Delani Fisher, Tiffany Searchwell, Malik Bailey, and Nikuma Beckford. At the front, Delani Fisher, Tiffany Searchwell, Malik Bailey, and Nikuma Beckford. St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation members at the front beside our scholarship recipients. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the CSEC scholarship recipients of the 2025 Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition. Thank you. St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation members, please remain on the platform. Thank you. Please step forward. Delan Davis, Alika Payne, Marika Miller, Delan Davis, Alika Payne, Marika Miller, and Daniel Williams. I have one question for you. Do you have your visa? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation International Debate and Cultural Trip. Delan Davis, representing Robert Lightburn High School. Alika Payne, representing Tarrant High School. Marika Miller, representing Seaforth High School. And Daniel Williams, representing the Academy of Yas High School. Will be representing the parish and the country at the Blue Bonnets tournament in Texas. In Texas. In the first quarter of 2026, and Jermaine can tell her that I love to push him, that I will ask him to find another international tournament as well. Once we have the sponsors on board, but definitely these are the recipients of the International Debate and Cultural Trip to the Blue Bonnet competition in the United States. You have your visa? You have your passport? Are you happy? Yes. Don't look that way. Thank you. Thank you so much to our top debaters in the competition. Okay, and now,
That's because they won it twice.
yes, there are a few of our debaters who won Best Debater twice. Delan Davis actually emerged as our top debater. Delan Davis, come on, it's your time to celebrate, you don't have to be so shy. This is the first time in our competition that a participant actually surpassed the 300 mark in scoring. Delan scored 307 points. Thank you, top debaters. You may have your seat now. And now I would like to invite to the platform Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Mr. Dean Roy Bernard, as we present the championship trophy to our neighboring parish school. And just a little history tidbit, where Happy Grove is located was once a part of St. Thomas, right? So you're still St. Thomas. So please give it up for the champions of the 2025 Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition. Ajani Tugwell, Dulani Fisher, Rikelme Clark, Kay Ali Brown, Javier Wong, and of course their hard-working educators, coaches, teachers, Andrea Aldred Pinnock, Dacia Osborne, and Javon Pinnock. Can you please join the students on the stage? So for prizes, each member of the championship team receive a first place trophy courtesy of the National Council for Drug Abuse. Each member of the winning team also receives a tablet courtesy of Royal Computers and Accessories. I would like a Jade member on stage, please, Najani. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep the applause going for our champions. Tablets courtesy of our sponsors, Royal Computers and Accessories, encouraging you that the next time you visit Pavilion Mall in Kingston, please to support Royal Computers and Computers. And now, I invite all the members of the Happy Grove High School center stage as P.S. Bernard presents you with a championship trophy. And of course, the first place winners' trophies were sponsored by the National Council for Drug Abuse. Come over, come over, come over. Najani, can you go on the other side, please? May I have a member from the Renaissance Foundation to join the team on stage, please? Mr. Robinson. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I want to say a big thank you to our sponsors. First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union, the National Council on Drug Abuse, Double Scoops Restaurant and Ice Cream Parlor, Royal Computers and Accessories, Diamond Trading, Refresh Water, Sampars, Beauty Matters Salon from St. Thomas. So until Travis, Kimberly, Mr. Robinson, on stage please. On behalf of the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation, we thank you for supporting the 2025 Paul Bogle and the Warriors debates. We look forward to seeing you in 2026. And as I stated earlier, mark your calendar. We begin September 2026 with the grand finals around October 11. And we say thank you for supporting us.